Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is our privilege to welcome you all to JagranJosh.com's JagranJosh Education Summit and Awards 2023, powered by Hike Edu, under the umbrella of Jagran New Media, the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate with pan-India presence and a wide reader base. JagranJosh.com is widely acknowledged as India's leading education website with 25 million plus unique users per month. And Jagran New Media is impacting 112.7 million users and counting, source ComScore, multi-platform October month.
It is a one-stop destination for students and young professionals, and its stated aim is to create factual and credible content for empowering India. JagranJosh also frequently organizes socially relevant initiatives dedicated to students and youngsters, including those from vulnerable sections of the society, and caters to India's share of next billion users.
I am Smriti Rastogi, Consulting Editor Political, Jagran New Media.
And I am Syed Soban, your host for the Mega Honors Celebrating Excellence in Education. We appreciate you taking out your valuable time and being a part of this award ceremony. We are indeed fortunate to host you all for the occasion.
Well, having set the industry gold standard with Season 1 and 2 of JagranJosh Education Awards, we are back with the all-new Season 3 as JagranJosh Education Summit and Awards. Our event will take place in two parts. The first part will have two important panel discussions with leaders from the education ecosystem, and the second part will witness the prestigious education awards being presented to the very deserving individuals. Well, with this context setting, we will commence the first part of the event, which are the very vital and pertinent panel discussions on very important topics. I will now hand over the moderation of the first part to Syed Soban. Thank you.
Thank you, Smriti. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to host you all today. Let me introduce a dynamic and visionary leader who has played a key role in the success of Jagran New Media. As the CEO of Jagran New Media, Mr. Bharat Gupta has led the company to new heights with his innovative ideas and strategic thinking. He is a recognized industry leader who has served as a director to the International News and Media Associations, South Asia Board, and Misinformation Combat Alliance Association. He is also a respected member of Governing Council at the Internet and Mobile Association of India and on the board of the esteemed International Fact-Checking Network, that is IFCN. As a founding member of the Digital News Publisher Association, Mr. Gupta has made significant contributions to the digital media landscape in India. In recognition of his outstanding leadership during challenging times, Mr. Bharat Gupta was recently honored by Great Place to Work as one of India's best leaders in times of crisis. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Bharat Gupta, a true inspiration and a game changer in the world of media and journalism. Mr. Bharat Gupta, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at this platform. Let me begin by laying down a foundation for the summit, and let's start with the opportunities. So I wanted to share the three big things which are happening in India right now. The first and the foremost is digital penetration. Today, India is a country with 700 million plus users and growing, and this is just 55% penetration. In a year's time, we'll be the largest internet population in the world. Two, the youth. 65% of Indian population is under 35. And by the year, we are getting younger. Soon, probably the youngest nation in times to come. Three, the add to GDP ratio is 0.7, which spells great opportunity, right? So these are three very important factors when we are looking at India as a country. But are there any things we need to be cautious of? And what are those things if we have to be cautious of? So I'm sure you would have heard a term called VUCA, which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, right? And this came into full force during pandemic when we were unsure of how the system is changing, what is the impact, how long will the pandemic last, how will it change the way we consume information, live life, earn livelihood, right? So everything changed. And yet, there were people who came out with success, who came out with great examples of how they fought the system or how they fought the situation and achieved what they were desiring to do so. Uh, Another great change which is happening, especially because of pandemic, the penetration of technology has changed the way we discover and consume information, right? And what are the three trends over there? So I think Web 3.0 is the biggest change where we have entered. It is more semantic, it is more experiential, it is more intelligent. All of us have heard about AI ML, but how does it change the way we source information, the way we ideate, the way we distribute, or the way we monetize, right? And these are the founding blocks of this whole tech stack. We have to be, in today's age, we have to be cautious about self-gloat, like with this whole democratization of information which is happening. A lot of youth is constantly involved on social medias and platforms like TikTok and other stuff, and there's a lot of self-gloat which is happening. And it is very, very, I would say, sad to see that while humans are getting more and more connected, it is the machines which are learning, right? Today, AI ML is learning any and everything around creativity. How do we fight it? How do we preserve humanity? And this can only and only happen when we are able to invest or think creatively. Which brings us to the next point, that there is a paradigm shift which is happening in creative thinking. There is this extreme need for literacy and advocacy towards this technology that is changing the world, right? And how do you enable and empower the youth of India towards better tomorrow? I think that's the biggest question mark. With this, I would like to say that during the summit, I look forward to views on establishing the framework for Education 3.0, which helps in the youth in finding purpose, embracing technology, and making an impact. And in short, I was just having a small discussion with a jury member that how do you pursue excellence in whatever we do? Moving forward, I think the three buckets which we can contemplate are building for India, solve for India, and revolutionize India. I think that is what is the need for our. We at Jagran New Media, we have a mission to produce factual and credible content that empowers New Bharat through information, technology, and voice towards an inclusive society. And that is what we strive for. And through our audience segment-based approach, we expanded from news into education, into health, women, and fact check. And today, we stand proud to develop a culture within our team which made us scale 100 million users, and we are still growing. So I think everything is possible once your purpose is clear. I would also like to thank the jury to have invested time in ideating and in monitoring, in selecting the stories of success. It's very important during such times to identify and recognize change makers. And I think that is what it is all about. How do we celebrate life? Finally, how do we ideate, innovate, and collaborate through a platform like this is something I look forward to. Thank you so much, and welcome on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bharat, for your inspiring words and for sharing your valuable insights with us today. Your vision, leadership, and contributions to the media industry are truly remarkable and serve as an inspiration to us all. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar, CEO, Dexterity Global Social Entrepreneur and expert at KBC. Raised in small towns and villages of Bihar, Mr. Sagar founded the national organization Dexterity Global at the age of 16. And since then, his work has inspired countless young leaders across the world. Leaders trained in the dexterity system have received over 114 crore rupees in scholarships from top universities across the world. Served as India's youth ambassador to the UN, won national and international awards, and started their own leadership initiatives. Mr. Sagar's contribution to social entrepreneurship have been recognized globally. He has been listed on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list, inducted in the list of 100 Next Century Innovators by Rockefeller Foundation, and included in the Queen's Young Leaders list. He has also been invited to speak at over 250 major stages across 20 plus states in an average year and reaches over 5 million people per month on social media. We are honored to have Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar with us today, and we look forward to learning from his experience and insights. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Before I begin, I must admit that I am the bridge between the young students who are seated here and to the senior education leaders who have distinguished us with their presence. It is quite an honor for me to be the keynote speaker here at the JagranJosh Education Summit and Awards. This is the third edition and a remarkable one, especially so because many organizations around the world shut down during COVID. This is one phenomenal initiative that started during COVID, and it was started to recognize those who matter the most, our educators, and educators in every sense. Every way that educational intervention was happening in any part of India, JagranJosh was there to appreciate it, to recognize it, to connect those leaders from all parts of the country here at this one platform. They did it digitally, they did it in person, and I think they did a remarkable job. So I think we should give them a round of applause before we get started with the evening. To give you a brief background, my name is Sharad Vivek Sagar. I was homeschooled in small towns and villages of Bihar for the first 12 years of my life. With my experiences in the field of education at the age of 16, I founded an organization called Dexterity Global. For the last 15 years, I've been leading the organization. As was mentioned, young kids who have come out of the dexterity system, they've received over 114 crores in scholarships from top institutions around the world. More than 14 of them have gone on to be India's regional ambassadors to UN platforms in the last 15 years, and these young kids have done phenomenally well. But there is something at the core of dexterity that we believe should be at the core of education, and as I'm expected to speak on leadership skills for New Bharat, I think it is important that I throw some light on it. As we talk about a new India, as we talk about New Bharat, it is important to throw some light on our walking into this political independence in 1947. In 1888, India sent one of her finest young sons to University College London, one of the best universities in the world then, and it remains one even today. In 1913, the country sent one of its finest young people to Columbia University to pursue a graduate degree. The 1888 UCL graduate returned to India and led its journey to independence. The 1913 Columbia graduate returned to India and led its journey to self-determination. As I recognize both, you very well know seated here in this auditorium and those who might be hearing outside, the 1888 young person was Mahatma Gandhi, 1913 was B.R. Ambedkar. The reason why I give both examples is because when we look at B.R. Ambedkar and we look at Mahatma Gandhi, we must ask this question. Some of the brightest, best, most hardworking and brilliant young people must have gone to UCL and must have gone to Columbia at that point in time. What makes Gandhi a Gandhi and what makes Ambedkar an Ambedkar? And that is something that is deeply ingrained in Indian thought. That is something that is deeply ingrained in Indian life. That is something that is deeply ingrained in our cultural and civilizational values. These two young people, unlike majority of the class here at UCL and Columbia, were able to do something that should be the purpose of education right here at home and everywhere around the world. They were able to align their personal journey, their educational journey, with India's national journey. And it is because of that, their expertise, their values, their exposure, their networks, their global education, they put it to use to make sure that India woke to freedom one more time. As I talk about that great generation of young people who committed themselves to finding political independence for our nation one more time, we also stand here in due recognition, in deep gratitude to those who returned to the country as we got independence. In 1947, a young graduate returned from University of Cambridge and went to the first Prime Minister of India and said that space should not be the fortress of Soviet Russia and the United States alone, that India too could become a space power. And it was in the education of a young Vikram Sarabhai that today India launches its space projects for a quarter of the budget that Hollywood takes to launch a space movie. On the other end, in 1948, a young graduate from Michigan State University returned to India and went to a sleepy town of Anand, as he outlines in his biography. India at that point in time was a milk-deficient country. We could not feed our growing population as we would have liked. The British had left us and not in great shape. For 50 years, this young graduate worked under the apprenticeship of Tribhuvan Das Patel in Anand, worked on a billion-liter idea, worked with 9 Indian prime ministers, and in 1998, India became the largest producer of milk in the world, overtaking the same United States that Dr. Verghese Kurian had left and returned from. As I stand here today and as I talk about education or the leadership skills that we need for New Bharat, I invoke upon these two great generations. And as Swami Vivekananda would have put it, we see that as dasa se dasa, servant of the servants. As Professor Greenleaf would go on to later postulate it in business schools, servant leadership. What India needs at this point in time is a third generation of servant leaders who shall wake it to freedom for every citizen in every part of this country, who'll be able to make sure that education on one end is accessible and on the other end is enriching and entertaining, who'll make sure that our healthcare works for everybody, affordable and accessible both at the same time, who'll make sure that science and the rest of growth are not antonyms to each other but synonymous and in harmony, who shall make sure that in every part of this country, any kid with a good idea can get started with a degree in that field or a company in that field later on moving forward. And for that reason, it is important as educational leaders, we keep in mind the alignment of our young people's personal and educational goals with India's national goals. For those of our young kids who take up science as a subject, they should know where does the country need them. For those of our young people who want to become historians and those who want to write for newspapers and in the media, they should know where can they be of greatest effect and impact for our country. But the greatest disservice that a country does to its citizens and a teacher or an educator can do to their student is never ever asking our young people, why do we send a generation to school and why do we send a generation to college? And I know many of us seated here are very well aware of the fact that way too many of our expensive and good and strong schools fail to ask this question. Why do we send you to school? And many of our colleges, despite being distinguished many times, fail to touch upon the issue one more time. Why do we send an entire generation to college? And yet we stand in recognition of parents and teachers and people who we meet in airplanes and in railway stations who do ask our young people, who do tell our young people that this country educates you so that the coming generation can be better off, so that we can increase quality of life, so that we can increase access, so that we can put India back at the front again. And that is what we are trying to do at Dexterity. As I stand before you, the 114 crores, the number that we talk about, it is not representative of a humongous 1.14 billion in scholarships. It is representative of a new Bharat. Last summer, a young kid whose father is a daily wage earner in a small village called Gonpura in Bihar received a 2.5 crore scholarship at the age of 17 to go to Pennsylvania for his bachelor's degree. When media people asked him that you come from extreme poverty, you live in a small hut, how did you keep going? He let them enter the small hut where he lived, and they saw 3 books of Swami Vivekananda right there. He said that he was inspired to commit to India, to contribute to India, and he felt that despite all the adversity he was facing, it was a rare privilege to have the power of education to transform the community that he came from and the country he deeply loves. In December of 2021, a young kid from Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, who had never taken a train out of her hometown, she was accepted to go to University of Chicago to study medicine on a full scholarship, kid 17 and a half years in age. When she was asked, what would you do with this great scholarship and this great education? Her answer was simple. She wanted to lift India up. The answers of these young kids will solve the questions of today and tomorrow. As we talk about leadership skills for New India, those leadership skills, no matter what they are, of innovation and creativity, imagination and compassion, empathy and equity, they all come under a larger umbrella, and that is servant leadership. We need to create next generation servant leaders, and that needs
with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special message from our guest of honor, Dr. Subhas Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. The Honorable Minister could not join us today due to unforeseen circumstances, but Dr. Sarkar has recorded a video message exclusively for this particular event, which we would like to share with you now. May I request the team to play the video message by Dr. Subhas Sarkar on the screen.
Namaskar. Namaste. Kurumja.
I feel there is some technical issue. I would request the team to please check once again if we can play the message.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Namaste. Kurumjari. This is from Manipur. Sat Sri Akal from Punjab. Kamma Ghani. This is from Rajasthan. Vanakkam. This is from Tamil Nadu. Namaskaram from Kerala. Warm greetings to all. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. See.
Apologies because there is some technical issues and we cannot play the message from Dr. Subhas Sarkar. That was very important message for us, and we will try to play once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we head to a very pertinent panel discussion on future outlook for higher education in India. The future outlook for higher education in India is a topic of great interest and importance. As the country's education system continues to undergo significant transformation, especially in the wake of the new Education Policy 2020 and the ever-evolving landscape of higher education. We are fortunate to join by the eminent set of panelists from the higher education space who will share their experiences and insights in our first panel discussion. I would request the team to please hurry up and set up the stage for the panelists. I request all the panelists to kindly please check their names on the screen and take their seats respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists. I would call Dr. Raj Nehru, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vishwakarma Skills University, Government of Haryana. Dr. Pankaj Arora, Head and Dean, Department of Education, University of Delhi. Professor Shalabh, Dean Academics, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Ms. Minakshi Kachru Chatta, Senior Director, South and Central Asia, the College Board. Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar, CEO, Dexterity Global, Social Entrepreneur and KBC Expert. And to moderate this panel discussion, I would call Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj, GM and Head, Content and Strategy, Jagran New Media. Parikshit, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the season 1 of JagranJosh Education Summit. We are already in the season 3 of our JagranJosh Education Awards, which have become over a period of time a gold standard in the industry for recognizing the achievements of the 3 key stakeholders in the education ecosystem, who would be students, teachers, and educational leaders. It's my privilege today to also be joined by an eminent panel with me, who are respectives, who would be leaders in their respective areas of operation, and I'm sure they have a wealth of experience gained over a period of years, which would add a lot of value to this panel, and we'll be able to take back some actionable inputs and ideas which we can implement to improve the higher education system of India. I'll first welcome Dr. Raj Nehru, who has been instrumental in setting up the first skill-based university in India, and which also holds the distinction of being the 6th in the world. And he also holds the distinction of being the youngest vice chancellor in India. And my first question to you, sir, would be that you are doing excellent work in the area of skill building in India. It's a topic which has been a common topic of interest in India, that the corporates feel that the graduates who come out of our colleges are not industry ready. They don't seem to have all the real world skills which are going. What is your institution doing in particular to bridge that gap, sir?
Thank you. That's a very relevant question. And I think year-on-year surveys have been indicating that the employability of the youngsters who are coming out of the colleges and universities, their employability is not so great. I think that this year's India Skill Report has indicated that the employability stands at around 52%, which means that almost 48% of the youngsters getting out of the institutions are not found employable by the industry. As far as our university is concerned, we are operating on a different model. The institution has developed a work-integrated education and skilling model. So what we are doing in this institution is that any program or any course that we are today offering, whether in the form of a short-term certification or a diploma, degree, or a postgraduate program, all these programs are work-integrated programs. So which means that if a student has to complete a course in this university, he or she will have to earn certain credits through classroom, certain credits through workshop or labs, but a majority of credits a student has to earn by working in the industry. So for that, what university has done, all the programs have an industry partner. So by that, what it means to us is that every student has an opportunity during their career studies time to go and work in the industry. So by this, once a student completes the program, the student becomes largely employable because the industry becomes the first one to offer the opportunities in the industry, and the work that the industry has offered him or her during the internships, which is integrated part of the work, is aligned with the curriculum and syllabus. So this is one important change from the conventional teaching and learning method that we have incorporated in university.
It's interesting, sir, and it's an admirable initiative, I must say, which would be helpful for a lot of institutions in India. My next question would be to Professor Pankaj Arora, who needs no introduction. He is the head of the Department of Education in Delhi University, and he is also widely regarded as an expert on NEP. I wanted to know your views, sir, about the national education policy, about what it went to come out with this policy, because you have been involved at various stages. And what do you see as prospective challenges which would come in the effective implementation of this policy? Because a lot would be dependent on how the recommendations are actually implemented in the real world.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. See, National Education Policy 2020 is not new now. It's there in discussions, debates, and now at implementation stage. All relevant agencies, whether it's UGC, AICTE, NCTE, and other government bodies, are into implementation of National Education Policy. Just before this panel discussion, I was talking to somebody outside, and we were discussing that this Education Policy 2020 is totally a new vision for the nation. We had 3 education policies in total till date, post-independence, but this policy is bringing all together a unique combination of Indian ethos, Indian knowledge system, along with modernity, modern challenges of 21st century. We all understand that a tree, if it has deeper roots, it's more strength. Strength is gaining from the deeper roots. And the fruit the future generation will be receiving is also getting connected with the roots. Only then it will nourish, it will give shelter also and fruit also. So same ways policy is giving a vision where we are talking of Indian ethos system, Indian values, Indian this constitutional values, foundational literacy and numeracy, for which NCERT has recently brought a curriculum framework for foundational stage. Policy has proposed an overview of overhauling of the entire education system, be it school education, be it higher education, be it technical education, teacher education, all domains. In school education, we can see now initial 5 years for foundational stage, then preparatory stage, then middle stage, and then higher stage. In University of Delhi, what we are doing at the moment is, we have this year only, we are one of the premier university of the nation who has implemented education policy in its undergraduate curriculum framework in the year 2022. As rightly pointed by Professor Nehru, if I am correct, yeah, Professor Nehru, that this skills enhancement is something which will bring magic to the entire system. Till date, what we are doing, after class 10, if I ask a young child, what is your planning to do? The child say, I don't know. After 12th, I don't know. After graduation, I don't know. This we all are experiencing in our families also, in our schools also, in our colleges also. My own son, who is now postgraduate, after class 10, he said, Papa, I am sure that I don't want to do this, but I am not sure what I want to do. After 12th also he said same thing. After graduation also he said same thing. What I mean to say from this example is, like, this education system is not giving them ample opportunities to connect to the industry, to the real world of work, etc. Now, skill enhancement, value addition courses are something new to the entire higher education system. And 4-year graduation as international model of education. Now, these 4-year graduates will be getting into doctoral researches also, as well as in the industry also. So, my concluding point on this is, like, policy has brought a combination of artificial intelligence on one hand, big data analysis on another hand, along with the Indian ethos, Indian value system, which we all feel, as a sociologist, I feel that we are lacking drastically in the system. So we need to have a balance between the two, and policy is proposing a beautiful road path for this balancing act. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ola. So I think everybody here would agree that the NAP is the way of the future, and the way we implement is going to be key there. So thank you for the insights here. I'd next move on to Professor Shalabh, who is a part of the IIT infrastructure, who's from the IIT Kanpur. I wanted to understand your understanding of, sir, what is the research state in India. It is also a matter of debate that there is a divide between teaching and research, and it would be of interest to our audience to understand that IITs are among the institutions globally recognized. What is it which is being done in IITs to promote research, and how do you balance the teaching and the research divide at the IITs?
Right, excellent question. You see, if I try to divide this education, what is this education? Why do we need this education? Education is the foundation of the country, and country has to progress. In order to create the ingredients for the progress, we have to now divide this education into different chapters. First chapter is that I have to create a student, and then I have to give him the basic knowledge, basic subject knowledge, basic fundamentals. Now, we all agree that every human being has different level of intelligence, different levels of hard work, capacity, etc. So now we try to give the education to all the students. Now, out of those, some of them have more capacity. So they try to go for the higher education. Out of them, some of them will have more capacity and they will go for research. Now the question is that at IIT Kanpur, how we are trying to balance it. It is balanced in a very natural way. We get all the students only after class 12. They don't know what is electrical engineering, what is computer engineering, what is mathematics, what is chemistry, and they have absolutely no idea, but they have certain capacity to understand the basic fundamentals. That much we have assured through our JE Advanced system. Now the student comes over here and we try to observe what they want. Because the key of the success is, if a student is doing what they want, there is 100% guarantee that they will surely succeed in their life and they will do an excellent work in their life. Some of them would like to go to industry in some analytics sector. Somebody would like to go to some manufacturing. And you'll be surprised to know that there will be some student who will not be interested in any statistics, mathematics, engineering. They would like to go for a filmmaking. So this is what our IIT is supporting. We try to give them the basic knowledge, basic education for first 2 years. And after that, we have some classroom teaching and some outside classroom teaching. And we try to promote our students that please try to find out what you want to do in your life. And in this process, the teacher help, their peer groups, their friends, everybody helps them that what they really want. And based on that, we try to give them different types of training. Now, If somebody is good in only in academics and they want to learn more, they have more capacity, they will go for research. And just after the second year of the education, as a teacher, we can see, or the students also understand that, okay, they can do some more work. So they come to us and we try to guide them, and the research starts for some section of the students right from the third year. Now, those who are good, they want to pursue, they will go for third year, fourth year. Those who want more, they will go for MTech, they will go, then they can go for PhD, etc. So this is a partition in a very natural way based on the capacity. Within our classroom, when I start from the basic fundamental and I conclude my chapter that what is the future of this work, where you can apply, how these things can be done, and our students are doing a wonderful job. Means I can share with you, in the last 2-3 years when we were struggling with the COVID, everybody was trying to become a statistician, everybody wanted to do the forecasting whether the COVID wave will come or not. A student came to me and he said, because my background is from statistics, so statistics does the forecasting. And he said, sir, I want to do some statistical forecasting. I said, what? He said something. Then I said, okay, do you want to forecast the COVID? He said, yes, sir. And believe me, that student was sitting at his home in Gujarat, and I was sitting at IIT Kanpur. But I could judge that this boy is thirsty. He has the thirst for the knowledge, and he wants to understand something which is application-oriented, but surely he will not do a PhD program. I gave him the problem. We used to sit, because as a teacher, I have to guide him, I have to help him. We used to devote the time, and finally we were able to forecast the third and fourth wave of the COVID very accurately. You can go to the Google, you can just write my name, Shalab COVID paper, you will see that is uploaded before the COVID third and fourth wave came, and we forecasted it in a very scientific way. So this is how we try to identify it. Now, after that, that boy went to Tokyo and he's working in some multinational companies. But in spite of those things, there are some students who came. Sir, I want to continue on this work. I want to do statistical modeling and I want to develop some more techniques. So we motivated them to go for PhD program. So everything is partitioned in a natural way, nothing artificial. If you are thirsty, how much water you want to drink, that is your choice. We have the full bottle of water.
Thank you, sir. It's so encouraging to hear this, and I think it is among the reasons that IITs are doing so well. And abroad, if we go abroad, we ask them about the other institutions of eminence. People have heard of them, but I think IITs are on the top only because of this kind of an emphasis. So our congratulations on that to you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll next come to Meenakshi. Meenakshi, I'm aware you have a long career in TCY Online, and you're now also heading an important portfolio in College Board. And SAP, ACT are the exams which I have been also associated during my tenure in foreign education consultancy. And I know that we have awareness in India about them, but it's not as much as compared to the other exams. I wanted your inputs on what is the key difference in which the education is emphasized in India, which is often, in the lack of a better word, called rote learning, and what we see in the West, which emphasizes on experiential learning. So when you prepare students to take the exams which qualify them to go abroad, what particular measures are taken in the curriculum and the assessments which enable them to do so?
Thanks, Parishit, and good evening, everybody. I think this is the best time to be in India in the education domain. On one hand, there is NAP in implementation, and the other hand, we have approvals that campuses from overseas institutions, they can set up campuses here in India. And with the distinguished panel, it's great honor to be here today. Coming back to your question, Parikshit, so I'm from the College Board and I lead the South and Central Asian region, and we have about 6,000 member institutions they are associated with College Board, including universities and schools from India as well. Now the question is, what is the difference that we see? So Parikshit, the difference starts right from grade 8 and 9 onwards. So you will not believe, but the universities in the West, in the US, Canada, Europe, and other countries as well, they look at the PSAT scores of the students as well. So PSAT is something that students do in grade 8 and 9. It's a pre-SAT test. But why do the universities look at it? Because they want to observe a behavior of a student right from grade 8 and 9, not so much for what has the student learned, but what is his understanding capability. And also, it is directly associated with the consistency behavior of a student. So they look at stats right from grade 8 and 9, of course, if the student is interested to send their scores to those universities. So that's where it starts from. Then when it comes to the SAT or the Scholastic Admission Test or SAT score, which is commonly known in India, we test students in simple reading, writing, and math skills. But basically what the universities look at the score on their application is to see if a student will have good comprehension skills to understand a topic when the lecture is going on. So these are the kinds of notions that the universities or the admission officers abroad look at when they screen applications of a student. I'll also talk about, in brief, about the advanced placement course. Now, Sir was talking about research, which is no doubt, IITs are the top and nobody can compete with them. But for a common university in India also, there is a difference, and research is something which is not so commonly found in the Indian universities. Whereas the universities abroad, they look at students also who have research capabilities, who are research oriented, and how do they do so? So AP or the advanced placement courses, now these are courses, they are first year courses that students do in grade 11 and 12. And believe me, thousands of students in India also take up the AP courses because they know the relevance of it, they know the value of it. So these are courses that students take up, and they do research-oriented projects in these courses, and then they submit their scores to the universities. So when a university looks at it, so this is where the research percolates down to the level of grade 9, 10, 11 student, that they understand, okay, I have to deep dive into a topic. It's not just rote learning. I have to understand the topic. I have to make a problem statement, and I have to create a solution out of it. So this is how it helps, and this is where College Board comes into picture. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a great work which College Board is doing. I'd like to next move to our keynote speaker of the evening, who would insist I call him Sharad. Although I think his age is less, but his experience and his contributions are tremendous. So what, Sharad, I know about the work of your organization and how you have helped children coming from the underprivileged sections of the society represent India across the globe. These children did not have the means, and your organization empowered them, and you have an innovative part military, part monk style of training, which I think is exceptional. I wanted your insights on what has been your experience at Harvard, and what do you think we can do to create more of these kind of leaders in India?
Thank you for your question. At Dexterity, we insist, and we talk to our young people about it again and again, that we are lifelong learners and lifelong leaders. And I think a recognition of that in our education system is of prime importance. We are having this conversation at a critical point in time, and a fortunate one, which I think everybody on the stage recognized and acknowledged, that we have the National Education Policy coming in, NEP 2020, and many of the things that we have outlined, all of that plus much more is already in the NEP main fold. So I want to quickly, maybe just to make it a little interesting for everybody who's tuned in or who's listening, I had a friend in the US who went to college with me who was a Jewish kid from New York City who was fluent in Arabic. And I asked him that, how did you get started with this? And he said, oh, we have a national security languages program where those of us who want to become future diplomats and who will have a key role to play in the Middle East, right from a young age, we, learn Arabic and we work on these things. There was a kid who got a PhD astronaut scholarship from NASA and who was an 800-meter record winner for like 4 straight years in a row. That is the second thing on the side. The third thing is, just this week, a very good friend of mine, when I was at Harvard, I was not just the president of the student government, but also the team manager of Harvard hockey. And a kid who was on the hockey team who just turned professional, signed $1 million contract to play in the National Hockey League, was a triple major in his senior year. The reason why I outline these things is the interdisciplinary nature of education, the pursuit of knowledge as a lifelong learner, lifelong leader, as opposed to education being school plus college and into job. That needs to change. Creativity and imagination needs to be rewarded, and the recognition of the fact that students come with funds of knowledge. Every child in a classroom is an asset. And we need to see it from a very asset-based approach. At Dexterity, we tell our young people when they say, oh, I received so much in the Dexterity system, we say we never taught you anything. You drove the conversation, you reflected on it, you enriched your cohort, and you are out there doing great things. So that recognition that young people in our classrooms come with funds of knowledge which we can use to run rich participant-driven conversations where we can enrich the curriculum further and make sure that young people are coming out with a confidence in their abilities and a purpose in whatever pursuit they take forward. So those are a few things, having studied abroad and working here right at home, which I see we can do, and I am proud that the NEP talks about each one. And the next generation we see coming out of our education systems will not be in awe of the West. They will be brushing shoulders with the very best every day. Not that they are not doing it already. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharad. So we have a lot of questions here. It is an engaging discussion. We have a lot of insights coming in. But in the interest of time, I'll have to request you at the end. Each of the panelists, if you can take kindly 1 minute and answer our key topic of the day. What are the opportunities and challenges which are facing the higher education ecosystem in India? And I'd again say, kindly take only a minute. We are going to start with Dr. Raj Nehru.
I think one challenge that I feel is the higher education institution and the world of work. There is a lacking of working on a shared vision. So this is one area where the industry and academia will have to work together. The second area I find is our own academics today, they need to really get aligned with the changing requirements of the time. Most of our academicians continue to be with what they think they have learned through their past learnings, and they continue to work with that. That is another challenge that I find that institutions will have to handle. The third important thing is that their ability to harp on the new technology. The technology, unless it is embraced by the institutions, it's very difficult for them to really take bigger leaps. And the fourth important thing is that the concept of lifelong learning, which the last speaker also said, there is a dearth of understanding this concept in complete sense, because the shelf life of knowledge and skill is changing so fast, and it is becoming so short that by the time the technology has changed, the learning has changed, the skills have changed, we continue to operate with the same syllabus and same curriculum and same aptitude. So that is, I think, these are some of the challenges that the institution will have to look at.
Thank you, sir. Professor Arora.
Yeah, thank you. These present time challenges in education, if we want to understand, we need to understand the objectives of education. As policy has also defined, that objective of education is to prepare responsible, productive, and sensitive people for the country. I am using three words: responsible, it's very large term; productive, to the nation, to the society; and sensitive to the environment, to the human, and to the other creatures on this earth. And for that, what we are lacking, what the challenge you are asking is, like, this is the era of competitiveness. All around we see competition among children for marks, for grade, for a division, position, and now another race amongst institutions of accreditation, ranking, and best institution. So this accreditation race has been making us a little dehumanizing the entire system of education. And where your theme was rehumanizing education at the age of machines. See, I would like to give you two examples. Like 4C. 4C means commitment, compassion, communication, and leadership. On these four terms, if we compare two famous personalities of 20th century and before, one is Abraham Lincoln, who is responsible for eradication of slavery system, and another is the responsible person for Second World War, Adolf Hitler. Hitler is 10 on 10 for commitment. He is 10 on 10 for communication. He is 10 on 10 for leadership. And he is 10 on 10 for carrying out the agenda successfully. Whereas we talk of compassion, Hitler is 0 on 10. On the other hand, Abraham Lincoln is 10 on 10 on compassion. So what our education system is need to address is that we should not be preparing machines and the tools for the competitive world only. We need to prepare compassionate human beings which should be sensitive about, not only about the human race, but about the environment and other creatures on this earth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in the interest of time, I'll have to again say, kindly take only a minute. We are short of time. We have another interesting panel discussion coming up. I want this to extend, but please kindly take only a minute.
Okay, in my opinion, the biggest challenge for me as a teacher is how to make my students interested in learning. I believe that if I can ignite the fire inside my students, nobody can stop them in excelling this word. So the biggest challenge in my life is that how to create a grape where the fox will jump and the fox will catch the grape. That is my biggest challenge. If I can ignite the engine, the rocket will reach to the sky. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Parikshit, quickly, 3 points only. So first is, and all 3 points are both opportunities and challenges. So first is the multiple entry and exit point. I think that's the biggest opportunity for the students and challenge for the universities. How would they deal with it? Second is a good balance between creating world-class institutions with good academy and infrastructure also, but at the same time balancing it with good research opportunities to be given to the students. And third is all the technological advances that are coming up, Chat, GPT, and other AI tools. How would the universities deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi. I've got 2 cues from the team. The time is up. I'm going to ask Sharad to give his closing remarks in 1 minute, please.
One sentence. More young people should take becoming professors and academic administrators as a career option. They should aspire to become professors. They should aspire to be university leaders. That is important. More young people.
Thank you, Sharad. I thank all the panelists. I think it has been an engaging discussion and we've been able to take away a lot of takeaways which are actionable. And I'm sure all the stakeholders of the education system present here have gone through each of the inputs and they will find them valuable. Thank you again for the time and I wish you best for the evening. Thank you, everyone.
I request everyone to kindly stay back. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay, Editor-in-Chief, SVP of Jagran New Media, to felicitate our panelists and the moderator for their time and contribution to today's event. Please give it up for all the panelists and Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay. I would request you all to please give a huge round of applause. I would also like to thank our moderator, Mr. Parikshit Bharadwaj, for skillfully steering the conversation and keeping us all engaged throughout the session. Rajesh sir, can you please felicitate Mr. Parikshit? I request you all to kindly come up and have a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of a very informative and thought-provoking discussion on the future outlook for higher education in India. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights and expertise with us. Moving ahead with our second panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us today another distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights on the topic of Education 5.0, rehumanizing education in an age of machines. Personally, this topic interests me and I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, Education 5.0 is an emerging paradigm that seeks to rehumanize education in an age of machines. It emphasizes the development of social and emotional skills, critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. Education 5.0 is about creating a learning environment that is more personalized, student-centric, and interactive, and leveraging the power of technology to support the learning process. Our panel of experts today will share their insights on the challenges and opportunities of Education 5.0 and explore ways to make our education system more relevant and effective in this rapidly changing world. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. I request Mr. Himmat Singh Dhillon, Headmaster, the Lawrence School, Sanavar, to please come on the stage. I request you to please take a seat in front of your name, sir. Thank you so much. Ms. Ratna Vishwanathan, CEO, Reach to Teach. Ms. Anila Singh, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Ms. Arisha Fatima, senior consultant, Ernst & Young. Unfortunately, Ms. Anila could not join us, so we will start with the panel discussion. And before we move ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Ayush Bansal, who is the founder of iDream Career, a leading name in the career counseling space, to moderate this panel. Mr. Ayush, you have 20 minutes with you. Please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to moderate this panel and such an important topic and such a esteemed panel over here. And good to see not a manel over here. We have equal gender participation as well. So that's one of the great things to see. So I'll just set some of the context, from the panel topic. I think we have come a long way in using technology in the education domain, right from the days of the entire smart classroom to now tablet-based personalized learning to use of AI gamification, and now we are also seeing something called as metaversity, right? So we have come a long way in using technology in the entire education domain. However, the COVID really fueled the entire usage of technology in the schooling and the education segment. And that also brought together a lot of issues, right, while technology was used in the entire education space. And we're going to focus around the entire agenda of Education 5.0 now, which talks about how can we bring back human at the forefront while you're delivering education. We are now also in the age of Chat GPT and the new technology, the entire advancement in the usage of tech in education. But how can we create a balanced approach? And from that point, I think the first piece in the discussion that we would like to focus upon is how have we landed up here, right? And Mr. Dillon, you have spent almost 3 decades being an education leader. And I would like to start with you. And we will shift question probably and not make it a one-way question around. So as an education leader, what has been your assessment for so many decades? How has this entire shift has happened, right? And do you see the excessive usage of technology as a problem in the education world?
Let's start with what education is and what it's not, right? So this discussion, we can go back maybe a few thousand years and still not kind of have enough data. But the fact is, if any teacher looks back to the B.Ed days, there was, that little bit about using a piece of chalk, using a stick of chalk. There's a technique to use it. There's a blackboard. Very soon that moved from the blackboard and a piece of chalk to a green board, which basically was glass with the same piece of chalk. Then you had the whiteboard, then you had smart boards, you had smart classrooms. Now you have, of course, IFBs, interactive flat boards. So the entire computer is in your flat board and the entire world, in a sense, can come into your classroom. But the point is deeper. The point is, where does it end and where does it start? Because education can't be seen as just something which a teacher does. What about the learning? That's the first thing. The other is a very worrying fact. More and more kids are getting 100%. Am I happy with this as an educator? Yes. Am I scared? More scared than happy, because then does it mean they're perfect? Does it mean that learning will stop? So we have to go very deep into the data and see where it's going. But to answer your question, sir, very briefly, a lot of technology is being used. Sometimes it's misused, but the fact is things like screen fatigue are real. Also, in the end, you cannot replace a human being in the classroom.
No, rightly said. And, COVID at least got us to say that entire issue of screen fatigue. Coming to you, Ms. Viswanathan, I think your work especially is with the government school students and that you have worked with, I think, 3 to 4 state governments at, state-wise projects. What has been your kind of view and assessment or has been experience on the uses of technologies with respect to the students from low-income families in government schools, right? And how have you seen the entire COVID crisis moving and impacting them, entire digital divide that got created with respect to students in government schools?
Actually, I think let's step back a little bit. And before we go into COVID and before we go into the, the whole digital divide, I think we really need to look at the kind of learning, the kind of teaching that happens in government schools, right? Now, there is a syllabus, there is a curriculum, there are frameworks. What are we doing to make sure that children learn? There is a difference between being taught and actually learning, because learning also means comprehension. And way beyond the digital divide, basic comprehension is an issue that really is rife through government schooling systems. And we've been working now in Gujarat, for instance, for a very long time, 2007. We've been working in Haryana, both highly urban states. We've recently moved into working in Arunachal Pradesh. We'll soon be going into Meghalaya and Tripura. The difference is startling. In a place like Arunachal, for instance, we've been actually taken in by Niti Aayog to do what is called a transformative education program. So what are we doing? We're actually looking at bringing back teacher agency, because somewhere in our entire learning universe, we've missed out the teacher. And the teacher is key. I remember my best subjects would always be those where I liked the teacher. I had little idea about subjects. And once you rob teachers of agency, no matter how good your systems, how good your curriculum, how good your syllabus, children are never learning. So we're focusing on a couple of things. We're actually not touching syllabus and curriculum. What we're doing is we are rewriting content. And in the content, we are infusing elements of experiential and activity-based learning. Why are we doing this? So there'll be things, because we all love play at some stage. And while it's easy to talk about play, you don't need sophisticated things. You do not need state-of-the-art classrooms. And you don't need technology. A pen is technology, right? A blackboard, like he said, is technology. So when we say technology, it's not about sophisticated, advanced technology, but something that aids you in the process of comprehension, right? So by putting in these experiential and activity-based bits, we've actually got teachers involved. So they're excited because there are things to do. And children are excited because there are things to do. We're not touching the curriculum at all, because when you work with government, you know you don't meddle with frameworks, right? But here we have access to something deeper. We are bringing in cultural context. Arunachal is a state which has its own culture. So we're bringing in cultural context into the content that we are rewriting. And to be very honest, as an organization, I do not look at things like ed tech, technology. I look at something called appropriate technology. In a state like Haryana, almost 100% coverage of the internet. In a state like Gujarat, similar. But you'll be surprised, even there'll be little pockets of complete internet darkness, right? And in a place like Arunachal, you have 10% connectivity. So what do? So we have what we call is a multimodal approach of what is the technology available and what is the best triangulation of the available technology to create the farthest outreach. So when we talk about digital divide, I think these are things we need to address first before we leap upwards towards using, technology and the digital divide. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think the entire discussion around technology in education started as, it being an enabler, right? How can it really help and facilitate teachers actually in delivering quality education? But I think it has moved beyond that to now delivering education, and I think that is the point which is kind of missing the entire game over here. So moving to you, Ms. Fatma, you being, consultant, what are some of the best practices that school and institution, can really adopt to implement personalized learning, right? And especially where the human part of thing is not lost.
Thank you so much, and I mean, definitely this is a very important question. And first of all, I would like to thank JagranJosh for having a discussion on this crucial topic, because when we talk about education 5.0 and when we have interventions like industry 4.0, it is important that our industry and education is well connected. And starting from the roots, we have our esteemed panelists who have talked about that how teacher training is important and where the interventions in the schools are important. Coming from the private side, but working with the government, with the Ministry of Skill and Education, I would like to say these new developments which have happened, like National Education Policy and the National Credit Framework, which has been launched by NCVT. These are the very important enablers to connect education with the advanced development which are happening globally. When we are like talking about matching up with various countries like developed nations, as well as mapping up with the developing countries as well. So there is very important when we talk about benchmarking of qualifications. So recently, this mutual recognition of qualifications for higher educations as well as for skilling institutions have happened recently, which was signed in the month of March. So these kind of interventions are important when we talk about connecting school to higher education, as well as helping them get a regular employment, as well as sustaining them. So for school education particularly, I would like to talk about certain skill sets which are important and which are coming up, like STEM education, which has been promoted across the states. I mean, all the state governments are promoting it, how we can enhance the digital skills on our students, starting from 6th class to earlier as well. So these are some kind of interventions which are coming up, but it is very important that will link education with the skilling part as well. Like Ministry of Skill has so many programs which are coming up for various level of school students, as well as at the higher and as the dropouts, which are at the DGT level or the ITIs level. So it is important that we utilize all these interventions, such as Skill India Digital Initiative, which is there, where there are a lot of courses on the e-skilling platform, which should be leveraged by the students right at the start. And not at the ministry level, but also at the private side, we have so many agencies and the companies who are coming up, such as EDX, eCoursera, wherein they have so many programs wherein students can avail a lot of training. So these are some of the good practices at the government as well as the private side and should be leveraged. And representing EY here, I would like to say that we have so many projects and associations in the state at the central level, wherein we are talking and we are liaising with the government side that how they can enhance those footprints at the digital level and as well as the education side. So this is my response to your question.
Sure, and while we talked about skilling, I was reading a report day before yesterday, published in Times of India, which said that only 31% of males in the age group 15 to 29 can even send an email with attachment, right? And 22% of female can send an email with attachment. So while you're talking about skilling piece, and the use of technology everywhere, I think there's a long way to go over there. Coming back to you, Mr. Dillo, and you have talked about the, entire, how important is teacher, right? And what have you done, probably, Lawrence School, from your experience over there, what have we done in terms of building the capacity of teacher, right? Who can then enable students around education 5.0 that we are talking about now?
So, in a nutshell, on the 20th of March, after the kids went, we started with something called the Facilitated Virtual Learning Program. Now, it's a school that's 175 years old, which means there's a lot of legacy. But in the older schools, everywhere in the world, there can be a certain lag with technology. So the first thing we did was to get the program going, but it was driven by the teachers. So there were things like computers to buy, there was things like broadband to get, but there was a lot of upskilling, especially with the more senior teachers who were there maybe 30 years, 35 years. Now, this little bit that you just spoke about a lack of skills, basic skills, it's not only in that age group. There's actually a fear of tech in the senior people. In most, not only amongst teachers, but in most domains, there is a fear. So a lot of training was done, upskilling was done. But the wonderful thing was that before very long, education had gone to every home. The children, when they came back, we asked them, did you expect that? Is no, sir. We thought some homework will come and that's it. But they could get into our living rooms, bedrooms, etc. because of the virtual learning program. So that was interesting. Now, the screen fatigue, we did some sport online, we did some art online, we got ambassadors to speak to the kids, we got generals to speak to them, civil servants, the works. Even actors to lighten the moment spoke to the kids, to our teachers also. Now you said teachers, right? You said, and what we do for them. Just the other evening, we had a lovely evening at the staff club where teachers met. There was no agenda for the meeting. It was just look at nature, speak to someone maybe you don't speak to normally, have a good evening, have some chaat, have some juice, have some tea. But the more important thing is, over the last 3 years, we've set up something called the Teacher Enrichment Center. Now by this, we don't only train them, we empower them. So we see what skill is needed. For example, skills for the NEP. We might get skills from the IB, we might get skills from Cambridge, we might get skills from CBSE. And guess what? There's a lot of skilling happening in India. Now, before that, when things were not so easy, now the world has opened up post-COVID, I would say. But during COVID, we did a lot of Nishta programs, we did some Diksha programs, and we did keep score. But we gave up after the average was about 150 for almost every teacher. And of course, those who did more. Now we're getting Apple in education. But the main thing is, we will never get a robo to replace our teachers. Instead, that human side is what we want to empower, and the humane side. And this actually you need to connect with something very important. Just before this, Professor Saab spoke about Hitler, and he spoke about Lincoln. But the fact is, a tiny country called Germany, with Hitler at the helm, could take on most of the world, and I mean most of the world. If you see a map of that day, the British Empire itself was all red all over the globe, the empire on which the sun never set. A tiny country could take them on because of tech, because of technology. The entire space program, as we know it today, in the US, is actually nothing but a derivative of the Nazi intelligentsia, which was very skilled in tech. The point I'm making is very simple. Just technology will finish us off as a species. You have to have heart, you have to have soul, which is precisely why the UN was started. This is precisely why the IB was started, because it's also about human values, about being humane.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Last question, I think I've been strictly told to restrict this in 20 minutes. I'm sure 20 minutes wouldn't do justice to this topic, but Mr. Vishwanathan, taking the cue from what Mr. Dillon has talked about, how can we ensure that technology used in Education 5.0 even respect privacy, ethics, right, and safety while still providing students with a valuable learning experience? I think data privacy is a big point, and especially with the newer and newer technology, right, that is becoming a much more critical issue. The data privacy bill even talks about under 18, below 18 students with parental consent, if they are using any tech product, etc. So how can we ensure that?
When we talk about things like parental consent, for instance, or use of inappropriate channels by children, etc., we are actually talking about a very small component of informed parents who even understand what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. Today, every child who has access within the family, and it's not that the child may have it, it's usually in low-income households, it's the father or the bread earner or anybody who's in charge who holds the phone. But I know for a fact from people who work with me that their children take the phone and the parents have no idea of what content they consume. Everybody, and there's nobody enforcing. You say you need to be above 18 if you want to be on Facebook. How do you verify when I put a date of birth there that I'm really above 18? You're not checking my date of birth. So there are 100 factors here. And I think one of the things we must admit that the horse is bolted a long time ago. And today, the digital world has much more information about us than we ourselves have. Forget the children of today. And the way children consume content today, unless you're an informed parent and also unless you're an involved parent. You can be an informed parent and yet too busy to be involved with your children to really see what content they are using. And children are smart. You put parental controls, they know how to hack it. You put parental controls, they'll just go across to the neighbor's house to watch whatever it is they want. So I think the whole focus on access to content. The other is about data privacy. Now, data privacy is a much, much larger issue, and I don't think it is just connected to children. It's for all of us here. All of us have data out there we don't even know about. Yes, there are other sensitivities when it comes to children because they don't know what it can be misused for. But when you basic education, when we, you know, there was this whole issue on skills we were talking about, right? Today, you're talking about skill development. You're talking about, you know, children who go on to higher education and skills. More than 58% of this country goes to government schools. A lot of children who go to government schools go directly from school to work. What skills are we talking about? You're talking about skills that you put in a syllabus from class 6 to 12. Are you giving them financial literacy to make them use those skills? What indicators are you putting to ensure employability? Forget going to university. When I'm moving from class 8 to work, what indicators are there that all this vocational skilling you're doing will make me really employable? I know for a fact that NSDC had this huge program where they skilled people and sent them abroad and they were sent back because of employability issues. So there is privacy, there is skilling, there is, you know, there is a gamut out there. And I think this platform really doesn't have the time to go into the depth of these issues.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, we work in the career guidance space, and to just add on to that point of data, you know, almost half of the students, while they move from 10 to 11, almost half of the students drop out at the enrollment at the higher secondary level. And for that, 73% drop out when they move from 12 to higher education, right? So while we spend a lot of time and effort on the entire K to 10, we haven't really figured out the entire loop of getting them into employment, right? That's very, very critical. So any concluding remarks from you, Fatma, and we would like to conclude. I already have a chit note of the time limit.
I won't take much time. Just want to reiterate one of the facts which a lot of multilateral organizations like World Economic Forum has been talking about, the loss of job due to automation. I mean, which is one of the very crucial subject to be talked upon. I mean, it's said that 97 million jobs will be created, but at the same time, 85 million jobs will be lost. And as ma'am said, that we right now don't have the provisions for financial literacy or say the digital literacy as of now. So it is important that all the stakeholders should connect together from the private, government, as well as the non-profit side as well, because it's not just the job role of one organization or one entity to undertake. So I would like to say that all of us should join hands to make this successful and make industry education for 5.0 a very important, remarkable step for all of us. Thanks.
Absolutely. Without collaboration, I think we can't move this entire mission ahead. And on a concluding note, you know, I mean, I believe that, and I think we all agree on this point, that the entire discussion around education 5.0, you know, it starts with human, not technology. And it is not about providing every learner with just a laptop or a tablet. It is not about improving infrastructure and connectivity. It is not about developing digital tools and platforms. Instead, it's more about preparing intellectually, socially, emotionally strong individuals mindful of their health and personal development. And a lot of educators are here, and I hope we all work towards this mission to create mindful global citizens who can solve and crack a lot of problems of this society. So with this note, thank you for all your inputs and insights, and thank you to the audience here for being a patient listener. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful discussion. I would request Mr. Gaurav Arora, Chief Revenue Officer of Jagran New Media, to facilitate panelists and the moderator for their time and contribution to today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to all our esteemed panelists and moderator, Mr. Ayush. I request you all to kindly stay back for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Now we invite you to move towards the high tea area and enjoy some refreshments. This will also be a great opportunity to continue the discussion and exchange your ideas. Once again, thank you for joining us for these panel discussions, and we hope to see you on the other side of the event sharp at 5:15. Meanwhile, enjoy your high tea. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. With this, we have come to the much-awaited JagranJosh Education Awards 2023. Season 1 of JagranJosh Education Awards celebrated the achievements of those who rose against adversity and created inspiring stories of excellence in education during the pandemic. And Season 2 recognized those who kept the flag of excellence flying during the during the new normal when the world was gradually coping up. And Season 3 takes forward the legacy of rewarding excellence in education. And we are recognizing best of the best in select awards categories. To help us understand what these awards mean, I would request my team to kindly play the awards introductory film.
Nelson Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." This evening, we are going to meet some special individuals who are doing exactly that, using education to change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly welcome you to the 3rd edition of JagranJosh Education Awards, a platform that recognizes and honors the contributions and efforts of educators, students, and educational leaders who are the real stakeholders in the education ecosystem. With over 550 plus nominations, 13 subcategories, and 3 award categories, we have gathered today to celebrate the best among the best in education. From community service initiatives to innovations in science and technology, these awards go much beyond recognizing only academic brilliance. An eminent panel of jurists from institutions of eminence and globally reputed institutions have assessed the finalists in each award category, relying purely on merit. The winners have been chosen based on their combined votes. In addition to the jury-mandated awards, we also take this opportunity to recognize the contributions of select educational institutions through a special set of awards. Join us in celebrating the achievements of the stars from the education ecosystem who are blazing a trail of excellence to inspire the future generations. JagranJosh Education Awards, because some stories need to be told.
Well, that was indeed a powerful start to the 3rd season of the Education Awards 2023 by JagranJosh.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce our jury, which has played a pivotal role in determining and acknowledging the most inspiring stories and recognizing deserving individuals for their outstanding contributions in the field of education. The winners of JagranJosh Education Awards 2023 have been determined with the help of public voting as well as the esteemed decisions of our distinguished jury members. Let us get to know our jury members a bit better. I would request my team to kindly play the audio-visual clip for the same.
We are thrilled to introduce the esteemed jurors of JagranJosh Education Awards 2023, who have used their profound intellect and ingenuity to sift through the sea of nominees and meticulously handpick the most deserving winners. Dr. Raj Nehru is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Government of Haryana, the first skill university of India and 6th in the world. He is the youngest founding Vice Chancellor in India who left his lucrative corporate career to serve the dream of transforming the national skill ecosystem that is on high priority in the country. University Grant Commission has also appointed him as a member on the formation of Implementation Plan for National Education Policy or NEP 2020. Dr. Ashok Pandey is a highly respected educationist and former director of Alcon Group of Schools. With over 30 years of experience, he is a member of several governing bodies including the National Council for Teacher Education and the NEP Advisory Board for India and South Asia. He has received numerous awards, including the National Teacher Award 2012 and the Forbes India Top 100 People Managers Award 2020. Mr. Himmat S. Dhillon is the headmaster of the Lawrence School, Sanaa, and has previously served as a principal and CEO of GEMS, our own English high school in the UAE, and as the principal of the Gandhi School in Jakarta. He has also worked with HarperCollins and provided media and communication consultancy through W.S. Atkins to the European Union-funded Doon Valley Integrated Watershed Management Project. At the Doon School, he served as the housemaster of Oberoi House and led his students to win the Doon School Cup 3 years in a row. Professor Shalab is a professor of statistics and data science at Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He is currently the Dean of Academic Affairs and has held several important administrative positions, including the Board of Governors at IIT Kanpur. He is also known for his work on implementing artificial intelligence for analyzing grievances and more recently for accurately forecasting the third and fourth COVID waves. Dr. Archana Shukla is the director of Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and a professor of organization behavior. She earned her PhD in psychology from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. She was the first chairperson of Dr. Ishwar Dayal Chair for Futuristic Issues in the Behavioral Sciences for a period of 2 years from 2015 to 2017. Professor Jyotsna Bhatnagar is the Dean of Research and member of the Board of Governors at MDI Gurgaon with 27 years of experience. She offers teaching, training, research and consulting on talent management, employer branding and strategic human resource management. She has published research studies in reputed journals and trained over 7,000 Indian and international managers. She is also a board member for promotion, recruitment, selection board of public sector banks and IIMs and private business schools. Mr. Marco Teixeira is the representative of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Regional Office for South Asia. He has held various positions in UNODC, including as Program Coordinator in Mozambique and as Senior Program Officer for the implementation of the Doha Declaration. He was awarded the UN Secretary General Award for Innovation and the Juvenile Justice Without Borders International Award in 2020. Parikshit Bhardwaj is the GM and Head of Content and Strategy at Jagran New Media. With 17 plus years of experience, he has worked in leadership roles with global brands such as the Princeton Review, Sage Publishing, NIIT Limited, and John Wiley & Sons. He is passionate about building an ecosystem where students, teachers, and educational leaders find a voice on a common platform. At Jagran New Media, Parikshit and team are creating just that with JagranJosh Education Awards. This esteemed group of jurors has diligently examined and scrutinized the endeavors of every finalist. As we gather here tonight, their collective votes will ultimately determine the winners of the highly coveted JagranJosh Education Awards 2023.
Request you all to kindly put your hands together for all the esteemed jury members. Our gratitude once again to all the jury members for making this event so very special and for your contribution in this award event. And before we move ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I would take a moment to thank our sponsor. This event is powered by Hike Edu. Thank you so much for making this event possible this evening, so very beautiful, and help us celebrating the stories of excellence. And now, without any further delay, let's get started with the awards evening. It's time to introduce someone really very special. Our special guest for this evening, Mr. Rahul Bose, actor and founder of the foundation. A brief intro into his illustrious profile, described as Indian art house icon by Time magazine, Rahul Bose won the Best Actor award at the Singapore Film Festival for Split Wide Open and the runner-up prize for the Best Debut Director for Everybody Says I'm Fine. This was at the Palm Springs Film Festival. Last year, he was awarded the Filmfare Award for Best Supporting Actor for his chilling double role in the Netflix film, which was called Bulbul. Apart from this, he has other achievements also. Rahul runs two NGOs, the foundation dedicated to the equalization of the development by educating children from India's most underdeserved areas. And the other foundation is HEAL, dedicated to the prevention of child sexual abuse. A prolific speaker, he has lectured on leadership, gender issues, sports, social activism, and cinema at the World Bank, Harvard, Yale, MIT, Oxford, and Cambridge universities, among others. Too many feathers to his hat. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rahul Bose. I would invite you for the fireside chat, Mr. Bose, and Mr. Parikshit Bharadwaj, Head Content and Strategy, Jagran New Media, will be moderating this fireside chat on the topic, Building a Strong Foundation for Education. Thank you so much, Mr. Bose. We are indeed elated to have you here for the event. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together and welcome our very special guest, Mr. Rahul Bose.
Thanks a lot, first of all, Rahul, joining us. It is a privilege to have you, first of all, and it adds to the gravitas of our this event, especially the fact that we are conducting education awards, which have a particular focus on recognizing the people who come from the marginalized sections of society, among others. So I think it's going to be an interesting session in which we'd like to ask you questions which would be focused on social impact. It's an area, if you understand, you have an expertise in, and we'd like to have your thoughts on what particular strategies could be adopted in India to further the cause of social activism. So.
Thank you, Parikshit. Bharat Gupta, thank you so much for having me here, the entire Jagran group. It's a pleasure to be here. पहले तो I think मैं संक्षेप में आपसे थोड़ा सा मैं बता दूं कि आपको कि फाउंडेशन का मकसद क्या है. बहुत दफ़ा हम देखते हैं कि जिन संस्थाएं एजुकेशन पे फोकस करते हैं तो उनका सोचने का एक तरीका होता है कि पहले बच्चों को हम शिक्षा देंगे, उसके बाद ऐसा होगा उनके साथ. लेकिन फाउंडेशन में बिल्कुल रिवर्स थिंकिंग है. हमें बच्चों के साथ क्या करना है, सपना क्या है, और उस तरीके से हाउ कैन एजुकेशन हेल्प दैट. लेट मी एक्सप्लेन. You only have to cross the road in Delhi or Mumbai to understand that we are a nation of dazzling inequality. In this country of inequality, there are some parts where the Human Development Indices is better than the best in the world. There are some parts of this country where the Human Development Indices are pretty much at par with the par figures of the world, and some parts that are worse than sub-Saharan Africa. This is the reality. The question here is, if you would like to see a future where the most deprived have basic acceptable indices of development, whether you call it human happiness, whether you call it welfare, whether you call it a sense of well-being, whether you call it economic freedom, whatever you might say, if you're looking for that, then clearly many examples over the last 40, 50 years across the world of parachuting a model of development into an area that one doesn't know. Many countries in Africa, for example, there's been a lot of aid, a lot of resources parachuted into these countries for decades, and the results you see are not as great as the kind of effort put in. Why is that? I'm stating a truism here that I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of. Parikshit, development can only take root in a particular area if the people from that area believe in it. I'll give you an example. एक किसान है, किसान चावल वहाँ पे सो करता है, that's his harvest. चावल से, I'm not saying an Indian example, just a general example. चावल से बहुत कम मुनाफा है, margins बहुत कम है. कोई बंदा आता है ऐसे, देखिए आप यहाँ पे गन्ना, आप ऐसे कीजिए यहाँ पे गन्ना आप उगाइए, गन्ने से आपके जो मार्जिन है बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे. किसान कहता है ठीक है. Next day he's sowing sugarcane, making lots of money. आपने उनको फर्टिलाइजर के लिए पैसे दिए, आपने कुछ मशीनरी दिए, आपने कुछ यूरिया वगैरह वगैरह, you made it all available, and in 2 years this man is prosperous. After 3 years you leave. ठीक है, हो गया, यहाँ पे तो हो गया. लेकिन 5 साल बाद जब आप वापस आते हो तो वही किसान वापस चावल की खेती कर रहा है. तो आप पूछते हो क्यों? तो उसका जवाब बहुत साधारण है लेकिन बहुत मूल्य है. वो कहता है, जब मैं चावल, मेरा फसल जब चावल हुआ करता था, गांव में मेरी औकात थी क्योंकि लोगों को चावल की जरूरत थी, उनको गन्ने की जरूरत नहीं है. So I belonged. My sense of belonging in this society was because I was contributing to the needs of people around me. With sugarcane, I make money, but I am not integral to this society anymore. I want to be a part of this, yaar. This is where I belong. ये तो मेरी मिट्टी है. I want to be part of this. I want to do something here. I want to belong. I want to be needed. I want to be respected. I want there to be dialogue. I should not just be, oh, that fellow who's now growing sugarcane and has become rich and has nothing to do with us. For development to truly take root, the people of that area have to believe in it. It has to stem from everything that they need. So, if, and it's a truism, this is something that we know now across the world, if it has to mean something to people, then if you are going to be focusing on the fortunes of an underdeveloped area of this country, who should be the best arbiters of that development? Who should decide what model of development that area needs? Not you and me. It should be the people from that area. But what prevents them from making a wise decision? Exposure to the world and the right kind of education. So what we said was, okay, we will look to places in this country where we will, it's a crazy plan. It's a plan that somebody from one of the biggest foundations in the world, when they heard what I said, they said, this is the most stupid plan we've heard. But they also said, it's the only plan worth having, which is to select children at the age of 11. 11 because social scientists, psychologists have certain age groups where kids can be taken out of their homeland and taken out. They will have the emotional resilience to do well outside, and yet they will still have the innocence to learn. Anyway, so at 11, we select children. And for 20 years, these children study outside of their homes, but go home twice a year. their parents see them twice a year. मतलब हर 2.5-3 महीनों में they have lots of contact and they are constantly going home. But over these 20 years, grade 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, college, masters, PhD, work, over these 20 years, they see the world. They see every possible kind of developmental model. They see every kind of experimentation, every kind of economic theory at practice. And finally, after 20 years, at the age of 30, 31, we don't make them sign a bond. It's there in their system because they are deeply rooted to their homelands. And when they go back, what model of development will they choose for their homeland, their home village, their home district, their home state, whatever it is? There are many questions to this. Where do you educate them? How do you educate them? I'll only say one thing. The lens through which these children see life is a lens provided by the foundation. Whether you're seeing a famine, whether you're seeing a great invention coming out of this country, whether you're seeing an inspiring political leader, what is the lens through which you're looking at all of this? Nonviolence, compassion. Will it harm anybody? Truth. Is it the truth? And to speak always without fear. These are the set of values that we teach our children to see everything through. Will it harm anybody? Is it intentionally designed to harm anybody? Does it contain compassion and kindness in it as an action? Do you think it rings of the truth? Is there integrity in this particular idea? And if it passes these tests, these children are taught to always speak simply, clearly, fearlessly. They aren't children anymore. Our kids from the Andamans, who we selected at the age of 11, and you'll ask, how many kids do you select? 6. It's extremely expensive. Over 20 years. Rishi Valley School, Sahyadri School, then, and obviously the schools we choose are schools we believe have a certain humanism, a sense of non-discrimination, no sense of elitism. Whether they go to, one of our Kashmir kids is topped her college, she's becoming a biochemical scientist. Another is working to become, her entire focus is how to raise women through sport. Our Andamans kids are 27 years old. One of them, who spent all his life chasing scorpions and centipedes out of his hut in the middle Andamans, predictably is work, because there was no electricity, predictably is working on microenergy. Another Nicobari tribal girl, is the first tribal design graduate from Srishti School of Design. So there are lovely stories of these kids, but what can 17, 18 kids do? As an education initiative, it falls flat. आपने क्या किया? 20 साल में आपने 18 को educate किया तो क्या बड़ी बात है? But the fact that couched within the foundation's idea and ideology is that you'll go back. And you will do in your homeland whatever it is you choose to do. So the Nicobari tribal design graduate student now is working with Seva and is understanding what it means to have local artisanal work. So there will be, doubtless, in the next 2-3 years, handicrafts coming out of Nicobar, made by her uncles and aunts and cousins and nieces and nephews, which they in any case do during festivals and things. But now Matrina will be teaching them what actually they can make that can be world class and can travel the world without changing their lives and their mores and their traditions, nothing like that. But giving them a sense of who they can be. So tomorrow, there can be 100 matrinas taught by matrina in Nicobar. Or in Manipur, tomorrow, when Chinglimba goes back and he wants to, he wants to work on science, he's a science wonk. What does Chinglimba think his village needs? So it is not anything that the foundation is going to push on them in terms of their ideas of development. They will form their own ideas. We can only show them the world. And we can only give them not just education, but the right kind of education.
Thank you.
We'll see how this works out. As the person from that foundation said, it's the stupidest idea I've heard in a long time, so we'll see.
No, I'm sure it's going to be an inspiring example to set. And it's like, of course, it's hugely inspiring, and which makes me curious about what are your driving forces? What was your initial motivation to start this organization? And what are the skills which you think are you imbibing in the students which can qualify as the 21st century skills?
Well, I can answer the first part much easier than the second part. I think what drives me now as the president of the Indian Rugby Federation, what drives me is to give every human being a chance to be at their best. Whether it's my work on gender justice, I keep saying, when it comes to gender parity, whether a woman wants to be a NASA scientist, a hockey player, or a dancer, gender justice is about giving her the chance to make her choice. The choice is hers. She doesn't need your protection. She just needs the freedom in this world to make her choice. Similarly, when it comes to this, what drives me is to give people that freedom to decide who you want to be and to help you create that road to who you want to be. Too many crushed dreams, too many hopes have fallen by the wayside, too much of disillusionment. The world needs much less of that. If we can do the other, I've never ever thought that I will provide the answer. I will just help to provide the means. The answer you have to find. We all have to find. And sometimes the answers keep changing every 5 years, 3 years, as we change. The second part, 21st century, what was that?
Skills in the students, like critical thinking, going beyond.
I'm very old-fashioned. I think the skills in the 21st century are the same as in the first century. Kindness, compassion, love, basic love. How many of us are capable of giving unconditional love? True. Even with my rugby, as rugby president, I speak to our teams. I was speaking to our women's national team the other day, and I said, वो जो लकीर है ना, ground पे जो लकीर है, उसके बाहर आप जब आओगे, तो ये 2 values आप याद रखिएगा, जो आप ground के अंदर सीखते हो. रग्बी में आप अकेले नहीं खेल सकते हो, आपको साथ में खेलना पड़ता है. इट्स अ टीम गेम. अगर आप अकेले खेलोगे तो आप अस्पताल ज़रूर पहुंचोगे, ये 100% सर्टन है. तो अगर ये सबक आप बाहर ले जाओ, ग्राउंड के बाहर, that whatever you do, I said, take someone with you. Don't leave anyone behind. अगर आप लेट हो रहे हो and your friends are waiting for you, you feel good, na, that they are waiting for me. No one leaves you behind. And the second thing is, it's a physical sport, it's a violent sport. I've had operations in my knees 3 times, broken 6 fingers, broken my nose 4 times. But every time you break something, somebody's there na, to give you a hand up on the field. तो उस field से बाहर, if anybody is down, the first hand should be a rugby player's. लोग कहेंगे, that must be a rugby player. The hand has come out. Those values are the only values that are worth talking about. Everything else, intellectual, cerebral, all of those values are of course important. Analytical skills, I understand. Spatial awareness, I get it. But without this, what use is the rest?
It's the human element.
Yeah, you're right. It's the human element and all the positive aspects of the human element, because human beings can also be fairly destructive.
True. So it's actually great to understand your perspective on the kind of skills which we should have in our leaders who will be coming up in the coming years. But एक मैं अगला क्वेश्चन आपसे हिंदी में पूछूंगा कि जो हमारे देश में गुरुकुल का ट्रेडिशन है एंड हमारा देश सेंटर ऑफ लर्निंग हुआ करता था, अभी भी है, नालंदा इज देयर. व्हाट इज योर ओपिनियन कि ओवर द इयर्स हमने कैसा परफॉर्म किया है?
I am not qualified to answer this question. I don't know enough, honestly. And if I don't know enough, I'm not going to answer. It's not that I have opinion one way or the other. I'm just not the right person to ask this question of.
Sure. So we'll come back on the topic of social change. In terms of social change, are you happy with the kind of work which is currently being done by the country apart from your organization? And if you have any recommendations for what more can be done in this area?
Who am I to be happy or unhappy? I can only look after जिस मिट्टी पे मेरे पैर हैं उसी पे मैं जितना भी परवरिश कर सकता हूँ मैं करूँगा. लेकिन मुझ में ना ही वो एरोगेंस है, ना ही वो नॉलेज है, ना ही वो ह्यूब्रिस है कि मैं दूसरों के बारे में बात करूँ. I am, and this is not false modesty. Does anybody know about these kind of questions require another level of self-confidence. I certainly don't have it. I would not venture to even answer this question. I think that the country needs, मुझसे नहीं होगा. हाँ, जिस ज़मीन पे मेरे पैर हैं, उससे क्या चाहिए ताकि मैं खड़ा रहूं और खड़े रहकर किसी और की मदद करूं, ये मैं ज़रूर बता सकता हूं.
It's a candid admission on your part and we appreciate that. आपसे मैं फिर वो क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ जो I think you would be capable of answering, जो आपकी organization काम कर रही है. Of course, you're trying to build the people who are going to be the future of our country. What is that one skill, if you were asked, कि आज जो कल के हमारे leaders होंगे, youngsters, उसमें आज का जो world है, VUCA world, as we heard earlier from our CEO, Mr. भारत गुप्ता, ये एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है जो आजकल का वर्ल्ड है, उसमें uncertainty is the only thing which is going to be certain. What is that particular quality you think which you, I'm sure, would have imbibed over the years and which you think that the coming generations should also imbibe?
Again, very old-fashioned. Hard work. मेहनत, परिश्रम. जितने भी आइडियाज़ हैं, जितने भी बढ़िया इन्वेंशंस हुए हैं, जितने भी इनोवेशंस आप और हम आजकल इस्तेमाल करते हैं, didn't happen like that. शायद किताबों में या आप देखते हो कि oh, this is how it magic से हो गया. But behind every great moment, somebody has shed their blood. Somebody has worked really hard. People have really, really, really struggled. Quietly, unceasing, when nobody is watching you. There's no light, nothing. You're just working hard. And I tell all the kids of today, just whatever you do, work really hard. And at some point of time, something will emerge. Something will emerge from that hard work. Look, it's not, obviously there are many other qualities. I've said kindness, I would say truth, I would say ruthless introspection. अपने आप से हर रोज़ पूछो कि आज मैंने सही क्या किया और आज मैंने गलत क्या किया. और उससे एक self-reflection is so important. So, but amidst all of this, what people are not talking about too much nowadays is hard work. Is to just get in there and slog. देखा जाएगा. शायद इस नौकरी से मन खुश ना हो, but something will emerge out of it. But don't just do something, you know, it's not me, I'm going to come here, this is more like my thing. First drain that of every single thing it can offer you, and then ask yourself, you will have learned something. Something you will have learned to take you to the next step. So I know it's old-fashioned, but I would say really, really hard work.
I think that's some of the best qualities are in fact old-fashioned. So I would just agree with you there. A last question which I would want to ask. I'm actually over with my other question. I had other questions, but we are out of time now. Just one thing, we had a topic as the building a strong foundation in education. And what we are trying to achieve here in this platform is to award and to come out with those students and educators who are doing excellent work in the field of education. What are your insights on that? Anything which you would like to share on that? What we can add into that, or what you have your insights on what we are doing at this point in time?
So obviously, I don't know what you're doing in depth. I haven't studied what you're doing, but I've been speaking to Bharat, and we've been having chats today, and of course, Manish had spoken to me earlier. Anything that any initiative, any idea, any program that seeks to open a debate on education, that seeks to lay down a few markers on what education is. And I should say this, I said this at the beginning, I'll say it again. Education doesn't make a human being good. The right kind of education makes a human being good. You have to understand what it is that you need and you require. So if there are people at this forum as part of the JagranJosh initiative and as part of the group whose heart beats for a better, not only India, a better world through education, then who will say no to it? Who will have any problem with it? The idea there is to say, okay, let there be many different kinds of ideas of what I think of education versus what you think. And let that debate happen. And those debates are very few and far between. Once those debates happen, the world can choose. Everybody in this room can choose. Everybody on Facebook and everybody on social media can choose. But to have those discussions and have those debates is absolutely crucial. Forget about education. In anything, one size doesn't fit all. We are such a diverse country. So we need to have very, very many points of view on this topic. And I think if you're bringing, Parikshit, if you're bringing people together to share the various ways that they get to what you call the education initiative,
right.
All power to you.
Thank you, Rahul. I think what we are trying to achieve here is that, and your words mean a lot to us. Thank you for taking the time. We all wish you all the best for success in your organization and your career. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such an insightful discussion. I'm sure our audience must have had a lot of key takeaways from here. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to once again put your hands together for Mr. Rahul Bose. And ladies and gentlemen, as very rightly said by famous Albert Einstein, education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. I take forward the event from here and introduce the first set of prestigious awards. I would request Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly come up on the stage and present these awards. Mr. Bharat Gupta, I request you to kindly come up on the stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media. Well, the first award is Editor's Choice Award, Social Impact Leadership. And this award goes to none other than Mr. Anand Kumar. Mr. Anand Kumar is an iconic Indian mathematics educator whose efforts in the field of education are considered pioneering. He is the founder of globally celebrated Super 30 program, which coaches underprivileged students for prestigious IIT and JEE entrance examination. Congratulations to Mr. Kumar. And the second award goes to, well, the second award category is Editor's Choice Award, Social Impact Leadership. And the winner is Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar, CEO, Dexterity Global, social entrepreneur and expert at KBC. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar. Well, I think Mr. Sagar is not around, but his contribution and his presence have been pivotal in spearheading education. Well, we'll again come back to this award category. Let us move on to the third award category, which is Editor's Choice Award for the Social Impact Leadership. And the winner of the Editor's Choice Award, Social Impact Leadership is Mr. Rahul Bose. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Rahul Bose. He has many feathers to his hat, not only Bollywood, but he has been a prolific speaker. He has lectured on leadership, gender justice, sports, social activism, and cinema on various fronts. Congratulations once again. I request Mr. Gupta to kindly take your seat. Well, Mr. Gupta, I would request you to kindly stay back. There is another award category, which is the Education Leaders category. And in this category, we have audio visuals. I request my team to kindly have the nomination. AV, please.
Nominations in the category Outstanding Educational Leaders are Deepti Sharma is developing 21st century ready students in a rural setting. Deepti is fostering an environment of inclusivity and quality education for holistic development of our students. Avinash Singh Alag is using literacy to uplift the underprivileged. He established Gyanoday NGO with the aim of improving literacy levels of economically weaker and underprivileged children to provide them a better life. Swapna Nair has conducted over 350 workshops across India to strengthen the teaching community and help them become self-sufficient through creative and innovative approaches. Group Captain Satish Chandar Bahari, a staunch protagonist and believer of inclusive education, whose relentless efforts and dedication helped bring the specially abled children of IAF personnel into the mainstream by providing them equal opportunities. Asha Saran Srivastav has initiated various programs to educate her students and staff about the importance of sustainable development goals and ensured effective implementation. Dr. Sapna Yadav. Dr. Sapna Yadav has been instrumental in guiding about 8 lakh students on their entrepreneurial journey as the project director at Entrepreneurship Mindset Curriculum through the implementation of ICT in Education Curriculum and Diksha platform.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough tie between 3 winners. And let me introduce the first winner in the category of Education Leaders, is Dr. Sapna Yadav, Director, Entrepreneurial Mindset Curriculum, SCERT, Government of National Capital Territory. Can we have the applause a bit louder to help us celebrate excellence in education tonight? Congratulations, Dr. Yadav, for your exemplary contribution. The second winner in this category is Group Captain, retired S.C. Bahari, Director, Balwant Rai Mehta Vidya Bhavan. Can we have a huge round of applause for Group Captain, retired S.C. Bahari? देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया करके तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से इन सभी प्रेस्टीजियस अवार्ड्स को हम वेलकम करें. This is exemplary and a lot to learn from Mr. Bahari. Congratulations, sir, and thank you so much. We have a lot to learn from you. Sir, एक सेंटेंस अगर आप बोल देंगे, क्योंकि काफ़ी लोग यहाँ पे हैं जो एक इंस्पिरेशन का इंतज़ार कर रहे होंगे. Can I have the mic, please? Can I have the mic, please? क्योंकि ना केवल सर एजुकेशनिस्ट बल्कि स्टूडेंट्स को भी बहुत कुछ प्रेरणा मिलने वाली है.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, being in the Air Force, I established Air Force Gold Jubilee Institute in 1982. My main project was to look after the disabled children. In the Air Force, we sent the K broadcast, we got few children, and created this institute, established this institute, known as Air Force Gold Jubilee Institute. After retirement, I joined Servants of the People Society, a charitable society founded by Lala Lajpat Rai in 1921, which spoke at that point of time, milk for infants, food for adults, and education for all. And in this society, I raised Balwant Rai Mehta Vidya Bhavan from primary school to senior secondary school, and we started the second shift. Here, it was known, school was known, ये तो लूले लंगड़ों का school है. With hard work, with the dedication of the members of the staff, members of the management, we ensured that the children who are special needs children should be at par with the normal children. And I am very, very proud to say they are doing very well in life. People say they are unproductive. We say from unproductive members, we make them productive members of society. We nurture the children to become good human beings. This is our mission that we do, and it can be done only with one motto: hard work. Hard work, and hard work never goes unrecognized and unrewarded. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, sir. And congratulations once again. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the third winner of the Education Leaders category. Mr. Avinash Singh, Alag founder, Blossom School and Gyanoday, Meerut. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Avinash Singh Alag. Congratulations, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me introduce the winner of Editor's Choice Award, Social Impact Leadership, Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar, CEO, Dexterity Global, social entrepreneur and expert at KBC. Mr. Sagar, we have been eagerly waiting for you. Congratulations to all the winners and our gratitude to Mr. Gupta. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, let me take a moment to introduce another special guest, none other than Mr. Anand Kumar, an iconic Indian mathematics educator whose efforts in the field of education are considered pioneering. He is the founder of the globally celebrated Super 30 program, which coaches underprivileged students for the prestigious IIT JEE entrance examination. Super 30 had got a lot of accolades, not only from India but abroad. His life and work have been portrayed in the 2019 film called Super 30, where Mr. Kumar's character was portrayed by film star Hrithik Roshan. He has been awarded the Rashtriya Bal Kalyan Award, and in 2023, Mr. Kumar was decorated with Padma Shri by the Government of India for his distinguished contributions in the field of literature and education. I request Mr. Kumar to kindly come up on the stage and present the keynote address. Once again, a huge round of applause for Mr. Anand Kumar.
दैनिक जागरण अखबार के हमारे तमाम साथीगण, शिक्षा जगत के अलग अलग फील्ड से, अलग अलग विधाओं से आए सम्मानित दोस्तों, आज एक मौका मिला है आपके सामने कुछ बातों को रखने का। मैं ज़्यादा समय आपका नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन जो बात आपसे करने जा रहा हूँ अपने अनुभव के आधार पर। अभी राहुल बोस साहब बता रहे थे गुरु शिष्य परंपरा की बात, शिक्षा में मेहनत की बात मैं सुन रहा था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे मुझे ये प्रतीत हो रहा है, मुझे ये देखने को मिल रहा है कि शिक्षा का जो डिफिनेशन था, शिक्षा की जो परिभाषा थी दोस्तों, काफ़ी बदल गई है। और कहीं न कहीं व्यापार ही शिक्षा पर हावी होता चला जा रहा है। आप देखिए कि जब हम लोग बहुत छोटे थे, बच्चे थे, 8वीं क्लास में पढ़ते थे, 9वीं क्लास में पढ़ते थे, उस ज़माने में आप भी जो हमारे उम्र के आसपास हैं, आपके साथ भी घटना घटती होगी, तो एक गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पढ़ते थे। गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में जाते थे तो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के शिक्षक बड़े दिल से पढ़ाते थे। गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के टीचर हो या मोहल्ले के टीचर हो या शहर के टीचर हो, उनकी पहचान उनके टीचिंग के आधार पर होती थी कि वाह, रणेंद्र बाबू कितना अच्छा पढ़ाते हैं मैथमेटिक्स, बच्चों को समझा देते हैं। हरिवंश बाबू तो एकदम ग्रामर रटाने की ज़रूरत नहीं, समझा के बताते, वगैरह वगैरह चर्चा होती थी। और एक शिक्षक तैयार करता था अपने आप के लिए, अगले क्लास के लिए, कि हम अगले क्लास में किस तरह से जाएं ताकि बच्चों को समझा पाएं। अभी आईआईटी के डीन बैठे हुए हैं सामने, बात हो रही थी सर से, एससी वर्मा साहब की बात निकली। एससी वर्मा के बड़े भाई डीपी वर्मा साहब हमारे गुरु हमेशा सिखाते थे कि देख बेटा, तुमको अगर शिक्षक बनना है तो इस बात का हमेशा तुम ख्याल रखना कि बच्चों की उत्सुकता को तुमको शांत करना है। कोई भी बच्चा कोई सवाल पूछे, किसी को कोई कन्फ्यूजन हो, बताना। और उन गुरु के आदेश के अनुसार, उनके बताए रास्ते पर चलने का हमने प्रयास किया। और आज भी मुझे क्लास लेना होता है, मान लीजिए कि मैथमेटिकल इंडक्शन पढ़ा रहे हैं, एक छोटा सा चैप्टर का नाम ले रहे हैं, कम से कम 100-200 बार अलग अलग जगहों पर उसको पढ़ाया, फिर भी 101 या 104वीं बार भी पढ़ानी होती है उन चीज़ों को, तो एक बार रिवीजन करके जाते हैं, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि हर बच्चा देखे कि ये टीचर क्या पढ़ा रहा है। धीरे धीरे अपडेट भी करना पड़ता है। मान लिया जाए कि बहुत सारे शिक्षा जगत से बस देखिए कोई तैयारी भी नहीं किए करके आए, जो मन में है बोलते चले जा रहे हैं। तो वही बता रहे कि भाई अब जैसे मान लिया जाए कि हम पढ़ा रहे हैं, बच्चों को समझा रहे हैं, आईआईटी के लिए ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। अब ट्रेनिंग देते देते हम आज से 10 साल 20 साल पहले जो पढ़ाते थे वही कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाना है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम्स जो नए आ रहे हैं ना सिर्फ देश में बल्कि विदेश के अलग अलग ओलंपियाड्स में नए आ रहे हैं, उसके भी शामिल करने के लिए हम लोग प्रयास करते हैं। तो ये एक जमाना था कि एक अच्छे टीचर की पहचान उसके शिक्षण की योग्यता के आधार पर होती थी। दोस्तों धीरे धीरे समय बदला, धीरे धीरे समय बदला और एक अच्छे टीचर का रूप एक कोचिंग सेंटर ले लिया। और उस कोचिंग सेंटर की पहचान कैसे होने लगी कि वहाँ रिजल्ट कितना होता है, यूपीएससी में कितने बच्चे क्वालिफाई करते हैं, आईआईटी में बच्चे कितने क्वालिफाई करते हैं, मेडिकल में कितने जाते हैं। तब फिर रिजल्ट की खरीदारी होने लगी, कुछ हेरा फेरी होने लगी। तो एक संस्थान की, एक शिक्षक की पहचान उसके शिक्षक की योग्यता से नहीं बल्कि कितना रिजल्ट है इससे होने लगी। लेकिन इधर 5-7 सालों में तो बड़ा खतरनाक स्थिति बन गई है, बहुत खतरनाक स्थिति बन गई। दोस्तों आज एक शिक्षक की पहचान इसलिए होती है कि उसके पास कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट आया है, उसकी कंपनी यूनिकॉर्न हो गई कि नहीं, उसके आधार पर कोचिंग सेंटर और शिक्षकों की पहचान हो रही है। ये देश के लिए बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति है। और दोस्तों इसमें जो भी गांव में, देहात में, एक छोटे कस्बे में, छोटे शहर में पढ़ा रहे टीचर की छटपटाहट को समझिए कि उनके पास आज के तारीख में अपने आप को सिद्ध करना बहुत कठिन हो गया, क्योंकि उनके पास कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं, कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है। साथ साथ हम लोग ये भी देख रहे हैं समाज में इन चीज़ों के साथ साथ अच्छी चीज़ें भी हुई है। ऐसी बात नहीं कि केवल निगेटिविटी ही आई, अच्छी चीज़ें भी हुई है। हम लोग सुपर 30 चला रहे हैं। सुपर 30 चलाते चलाते 20 साल हो गए दोस्तों। इस 20 साल में हमने आज तक 1 रुपया किसी से कोई चंदा नहीं लिया, चाहे मुकेश अंबानी साहब हों, आनंद महिंद्रा साहब हों या हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हो, किसी से 1 रुपया चंदा नहीं लिया दोस्तों। बच्चों को घर पर रखा, खिलाया पिलाया और खुद कुछ ट्यूशन पढ़ा के कहीं लेक्चर दे के जो पैसा आया उसी से अपने परिवार के खर्चे को और बच्चों को खिलाया पिलाया। लेकिन आज तक हमने किसी से 1 रुपया चंदा नहीं लिया दोस्तों। बहुत सारे हमले हुए, बहुत सारे परेशानियां आई, फिल्म रिलीज के समय कई परेशानियां आई, कई लोग बदनाम करना चाहें, कई लोगों ने अटैक कर दिया। फिल्म में तो आपने एक अटैक देखा है, बहुत सारा अटैक हुआ। लेकिन इन तमाम चीज़ों के बाद आप लोग जैसे लोगों का आशीर्वाद मिलता रहा, आप लोग जैसे लोगों का सहयोग मिलता रहा, तो मैं अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाते रहा। अभी 2 बात को कह के मैं अपनी बातों को समाप्त करूंगा। पहली बात ये मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हैं, बड़े बड़े प्राइवेट कॉलेज से हैं, इस बात का हमेशा ख्याल रखिएगा कि आपके कॉलेज में टीचिंग कितना अच्छा है, इस पर ध्यान दीजिएगा। तो आपकी कॉलेज उन ऊंचाइयों पर होगी जिसकी कल्पना कभी आपने नहीं किया। किस बच्चे को कितना पैकेज मिलता है, किस बच्चे को कहाँ नौकरी मिलती है, आपके यहाँ एडमिशन ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसे होता है, इसका ख्याल रखिएगा। तो आपका लाइफ कुछ दिन का होगा। लेकिन हर आया हुआ बच्चा को नॉलेज डाल दे उसके दिमाग में, उसको तैयार करे आने वाली चुनौतियों के लिए, ऐसी पढ़ाई पढ़ाइएगा तो आपके कॉलेज का नाम इतिहास के पन्ने में जरूर दर्ज होगा। ये मेरा विश्वास है। चलते चलते एक बात और बताना चाहेंगे, इस बात का भी ख्याल रखना होगा, कोई ज़्यादा बात नहीं बोलते हो कि जब भी आप बच्चे को पढ़ाइए लिखाइए, उसको जीवन में आगे बढ़ाइए, तो इस बात का भी ख्याल रखिए कि कोई बच्चा में एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी टैलेंट है, बहुत टैलेंटेड है, कुछ अच्छा करना चाहता है, लेकिन उसके पास पैसे नहीं है, तो कभी पैसा न होने के चलते किसी बच्ची की पढ़ाई न रुके, इसका भी हमेशा ख्याल रखिए। यही मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ। ज़्यादा बात बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, काम पर विश्वास है। आने वाले टाइम में सुपर 30 को बड़ा करने के लिए हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जो हमारे पास 30 बच्चे पढ़ते थे या पढ़ते हैं, अब उनको बढ़ा के हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि एक स्कूल का रूप दे, जिसमें हम लोग 500-600 बच्चों को रेसिडेंशियल रखे और पढ़ाई, इसकी तैयारी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। साथ साथ ऑनलाइन भी बच्चों के पास पहुंच पाए, और ऐसा ऑनलाइन पहुंचे कि आप लोग को भी देख के खुशी हो कि न कुछ अच्छा प्रयोग किया है। बस आप लोग मेरा हौसला बढ़ाते रहिए, हिम्मत बढ़ाते रहिए। कोई पैसा और चंदे की ज़रूरत नहीं, आपका सपोर्ट, मोरल हमारे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आनंद कुमार जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हम सबको प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए और प्रेरणा देने के लिए। एक बार फिर से मैं तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करवाना चाहूंगी श्री आनंद कुमार जी का। एंड नाउ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, I request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. Sir, we are indebted with your presence here on the occasion, and thank you so much for taking out your valuable time and helping us celebrate these excellence in education in a much, much better and a bigger way. I request you to kindly come up on the stage and address the event with your kind words. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Good evening to Shri Bharat Gupta ji, CEO, Jagran New Media, Shri Rajesh Upadhyay ji, Editor-in-Chief, Jagran New Media, Shri Kamlesh Raghuvangshi ji, Editor Online, Jagar Prakashan led, and all the esteemed guests in the audience. I am delighted to be here at the JagranJosh Education Award 2023 to talk about the critical role of education in our society. I would like to start by congratulating JagranJosh for organizing this event and facilitating those who are making remarkable contribution in the field of education in India. It is heartening to see that we have a platform where we can recognize and appreciate the contribution of individuals and organizations towards building a better future of our children. Friends, the potential of individuals and communities. It provides the skills and knowledge needed to succeed in life. It enables us to access better job, higher wages, and a better quality of life. Education is the cornerstone of progress and development. In today's rapidly changing world, we need to rethink the role of education in our society. The traditional approach to education, which focuses on rote learning and theoretical knowledge, is not suitable to prepare our youths for the challenges of the future. Education is the most powerful weapon which one can use to change the world. It is the key to open the doors of success and create a better future for India. The purpose of education system is to develop good human being, processing compassion and empathy, capable of rational thought and actions, having courage and resilience, creative imaginations with sound ethical values, and we have our legacy to take inspiration from. Friends, Ministry of Education, Government of India aims at doing our best in terms of policy and guidelines to facilitate in having engaged, productive and committed citizens to build an equitable, inclusive and plural society as envisaged in the Constitution of India. National Education Policy 2020, as you already know, envisions an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transform India into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high-quality education to all. Our vision is to make India a global knowledge superpower, and in this regard, several initiatives have been taken up. Friends, National Education Policy 2020 is designed to transform the education sector in India towards the fourth industrial revolutions. Core areas of focus include emerging technologies, be it use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented and virtual reality, or use of smart board, adaptive computer testing, educational software platforms. Entrepreneurship is very important as it accelerates economic growth of a society. Technology has been leading the India's development, and we are witnessing a massive rise in creativity and innovation among our youths who are foraying into non-traditional disruptive business models. To succeed in the digital age, we need to provide our students with practical skill and hand-on experience. This can be achieved through digitization of technical and vocational education. By leveraging technology, we can make education accessible to all, irrespective of their location or socio-economic background. In this regard, institutes of national importance can play a crucial role by providing state-of-the-art infrastructure and quality education that can help students acquire the skill they need to succeed in the digital age. We also need to focus on upskilling and skilling to meet the demand of the changing job markets. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Yojana provides an excellent platform to leverage technology to make education accessible to all. Through this initiative, we can create a conducive environment for innovation, research and development, and entrepreneurship. This can help us build an innovation ecosystem through smart campuses that can nurture the talent of students and researchers alike. Creating an innovation ecosystem is critical to building a prosperous and sustainable future. By allying education with the global industry ecosystem through reform and new policies, we can increase a conducive environment for innovation, research and development, and entrepreneurship. This can help us build an innovation ecosystem through smart campuses that can nurture the talent of student and researcher alike. Finally, education is not only about employment, but also about empowering individuals to live better life. By providing access to quality education and training, we can equip individuals with the skill and knowledge they need to be productive citizens who contribute to the growth and development of the nation. As a country, we are taking correct steps towards achieving this goal by implementation of the National Education Policy 2020 with the involvement of all stakeholders, thus by rethinking the role of education, upskilling our workforce and creating an innovation ecosystem, we can build a prosperous and sustainable future for ourselves and generations to come. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sparing your precious time and gracing the occasion with your august presence. Honorable Minister, I would request you to kindly come up on the stage, along with Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media, and Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay ji, Editor-in-Chief and SVP, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and present a few prestigious awards. Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay ji. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, the first award is Best Emerging Private University in Bangalore. And the winner is Gandhi Institute of Technology and Management, Bangalore. Congratulations to the winner. The second award is for leading private engineering university in Tamil Nadu. And the winner is Wells University. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly put your hands together for Wells University. Congratulations to the winner. This is the leading private engineering university in Tamil Nadu. The third award is Most Promising Private University in Delhi NCR. Well, the winner is SRM University, Delhi NCR, Sonepat. Congratulations to the winners. The next award is Leading Engineering Institute in Chennai. And the winner is Hindustan Institute Technology and Science, deemed to be university. Congratulations to the Leading Engineering Institute in Chennai. Management Institute in North India. And the winner is Jaipuria Institute of Management, Lucknow, Noida, Jaipur and Indore. The next award is for Excellence in Management Education in North India. And for this, the award goes to Accurate Institute of Management and Technology, Greater Noida. Can we have the winner on the stage, please? Accurate Institute of Management and Technology, Greater Noida. A huge round of applause for the winners. The next award is Most Promising Private University in Telangana. And the award goes to Gandhi Institute of Technology and Management, Hyderabad. Congratulations to the winner. Moving on, the next award is for the leading private university of Uttarakhand. And the award goes to UPES. A huge round of applause for UPES for being the leading private university of Uttarakhand. Moving on, the next award is for the Most Promising Engineering Institute in Tamil Nadu. And the award goes to Satyabama Institute of Technology, Science and Technology, deemed to be university. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. Congratulations to the winner. Moving on, the next award is for the Most Promising Engineering College in North India. And the winner is Greater Noida Institute of Technology, Greater Noida. Congratulations once again. And the last award in this category is the leading private university of Uttar Pradesh. Well, the winner is Shri Ram Swaroop Memorial University, Lucknow. A huge round of applause for Shri Ram Swaroop Memorial University, Lucknow. Congratulations to all the winners. I request you all to kindly put your hands together for all the winners. Mr. Bharat Gupta and Rajesh Upadhyay ji, I would request you to kindly felicitate the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your precious time and helping us celebrate the excellence in education tonight. Our gratitude, sir. Thank you once again, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have a special message for the occasion by the guest of honor, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Unfortunately, the Honorable Minister could not be physically present here with us, but his very inspiring words are here. Let's listen in.
Namaskar, Namaste, Khurum Jari, this is from Manipur, Sat Sri Akal from Punjab, Khamma Ghani, this is from Rajasthan, Vanakkam, this is from Tamil Nadu, Namaskaram from Kerala. Warm greetings to all. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. Sri Bharat Gupta Ji, who is the CEO of Jagran New Media. Sri Rajesh Upadhyay Ji, Editor-in-Chief, Jagran New Media. Sri Kamalesh Raghuvamshi Ji, Editor Online, Jagran Prakashan Limited. Yes, Sri Rahul Bose Ji, an extremely talented actor and founder, the foundation. Sri Anand Kumar Ji, well-known educator and the founder of Super 30. Sri Sharad Vivek Sagar Ji, who is the CEO, Dexterity Global, social entrepreneur and expert at KBC. Please give a clarion clap for all of them. All the awardees and my friends from the media, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to JagranJosh for organizing this event, which recognizes the tireless efforts of those who have dedicated their lives to improve our education system. I would have been happier to be present there physically, but to some my prior engagements, we are meeting virtually. Dear all, I would take this platform to applaud the efforts of all the JagranJosh education awardees. Your initiative inspires us to work harder and strive for excellence in all that we do. Dear all, 2023 is a crucial and significant year for India. This year, India has assumed the presidency of G20. The first G20 Education Working Group meeting was concluded in Chennai, followed by the second meeting in Amritsar. And the upcoming meeting is scheduled to be conducted in April in Bhubaneswar. And the fourth meeting is going to be held in Pune. The four themes decided for the meeting are ensuring foundational literacy and numeracy, especially in the context of blended learning, and the second one is making tech-enabled learning inclusive, qualitative and collaborative at every level. Yes, the third one is the building capacities and promoting lifelong learning in the context of the future of work. And the fourth one is strengthening research, promoting innovation through richer collaboration. All the meetings which are being conducted in various parts of the country will create a lot of opportunities for development in education and employment. So I would urge you all to celebrate the unification of mankind led by India with great enthusiasm. I would like to share some precious thoughts by Pujya Swami Vivekananda ji. As different streams having their sources in different places, all mingle their waters in the sea. So, O Lord, the different paths which men take through different tendencies, various though they appear, crooked or straight, all lead to Thee. My dear friends, the importance of education is to make life full of all virtues and to be successful and to attain Shat, Chit and Ananda. The great legacy of our rich traditions and culture encompasses the concepts, principles and theories to guide people in having a meaningful and satisfying life. All levels of education have their special importance and place. Education works to develop the mind of the people in a big way, and at the same time it also helps in removing all the discrimination between the people and in the society. Education is an essential tool for the bright future of all of us. Dear all, the National Education Policy 2020 offers multidisciplinary and holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities and sports for a multidisciplinary world to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge. By following the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, our government came up with this transformative education policy which has a profound, far-reaching impact on the educational landscape of the country, thereby reshaping the destiny of this nation both in terms of its internal resilience, resources and strength and its standing in the world. I would like to highlight some of the major initiatives of our National Education Policy 2020. Yes, first one is the guiding for transforming higher education institutions into multidisciplinary institution has been issued. Yes, guidelines for pursuing 2 academic programs simultaneously have also been issued. Regulations on academic bank of credit has been issued earlier and amended further. Guidelines for multiple entry and exit in academic programs offered in higher education institutions has been issued. Yes, curriculum and credit framework for undergraduate programs has also been issued. To promote India as a global study destination and internationalization, NEP 2020 stipulates various measures which inter alia include facilitating research and teaching collaboration and faculty and student exchange with high quality foreign higher education institutions. The government has been putting consistent efforts to promote the quality of research and development, which we can call R&D in the country. I would like to say that the National Education Policy 2020 has a vision that will lead the students to come back to their society and to pay back to their society, parents, village, district and state. This is the holistic education. The holistic approach will make the citizens become competent and skilled individuals who will act and learn with care, consideration, compassion and empathy in their interactions with others. They will learn to contribute actively and collaboratively. My dear friends, I would like to share a small story for those persons who has not been who has not been received the awards today. Yes, they will try their hard to get the award in the next time. Yes, and this story will be the mantra for them. The title of the story is Difference Between Success and Failure is Only 3 feet. The story is from America. A man who wanted to be a very good entrepreneur, but he could not succeed. And then that man thought of himself that as a complete failure, and he decided to end his life. But he had some money left with him, so he thought to use that money for gambling and then end his life. In his pursuit of gambling, he reached a place where manganese exploration was being done, and most of the companies were on the verge of giving it up. A big plot of land where digging was carried out was put for auction, not having any minerals, and for the auction by this original mining company. The man thought, this man, who thought himself as a total failure person, why not to take this chance to buy that, as it is also a form of gambling? So, on the day of the auction, no one reached for it, and he got a big plot, but for digging, where the work of digging was already on. Yes, there were some hired workers who was also continuing their work, and ultimately he got the plot. And workers asked whether we should continue it, and that gentleman asked that yes, you continue your work. Workers also agreed, and after few minutes the miracle happened. The man found the manganese just after 3 feet of digging the plot, and his fortune changed, and he became a successful businessman after that. Hence, the difference between success and failure is very narrow. You need to persist and believe in your abilities. I extend my greetings to the entire family, Jagran family. I am sure that such encouraging events will continue to appreciate the people who play a vital role in the growth and development of our nation. Once again, thank you very much. I wish all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those very, very, very inspiring words. Definitely, it has given a lot of enthusiasm to all of us here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to felicitate our esteemed jury panelists for their distinguished contributions in our endeavors. I would request Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our esteemed jury members. I request Dr. Ashok Pandey, educationist and former director, Alcon Group of Schools, to kindly come up on the stage. Mr. Himmat S. Dillon, headmaster, the Lawrence School, Sanar, Professor Shalab, Dean Academics, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, Professor Jyotsna Bhatnagar, Dean, Research, Member, Board of Governors, MDI, Gurgaon, Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj, GM and Head, Content and Strategy, Jagran New Media. Unfortunately, Professor Archana Shukla, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and Mr. Marco Texera, Senior Program Officer, United Nations Organization, could not join us for the event. And also, due to some unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Raj Nehru, Vice Chancellor, Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, Government of India, also had to leave. But we are indeed thankful to our jury members for supporting us in our endeavor tonight. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It is because of this jury that we have found the deserving people, the deserving winners for the awards tonight. Well, our jury members have been pivotal in helping us decide the deserving candidates for all the award categories. Thank you once again to all the eminent jury members for joining us. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you once again to all the members. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Professor Shalabh, I would request you to kindly stay back and present a few prestigious awards. We have honorable mention awards. And the winner in the honorable mention awards for the outstanding educational leadership is Ms. Deepti Sharma, Principal, Pragyan Public School, Jewar, UP. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करिए इस कैटेगरी में हमारी पहली विजेता मिस दीप्ति शर्मा का। The second award is for outstanding educational leadership. The honorable mention, the second winner is Swapna Nair, Principal, Arvachan International School, New Delhi. आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि विजेताओं का मनोबल थोड़ा बढ़ाने के लिए ये जो तालियां हैं वो थोड़ी सी और इनकी गूंज होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद। And the third winner in the category honorable mention outstanding educational leadership is Asha Saran Srivastav, Principal, Jaspal Kaur Public School, New Delhi. Congratulations to Miss Asha Saran Srivastav. Congratulations to all the winners and thank you so much, Professor Shalabh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special video message from one of our esteemed jury members, Mr. Marco Texera, Senior Program Officer, United Nations Organization. I request my team to kindly play the audio visual.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, and inspiring educators and young leaders. A big greetings to all of you. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person due to other commitments, but I wanted to share a few reflections with you from my side. First of all, I want to express our gratitude as United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, to the INIC Jagran Group and Jagran New Media for organizing the prestigious JagranJosh Education Awards 2023. It has been an honor, and I would say also a privilege, to be part of the jury and witness the recognition recognition of the outstanding work being done.
Unfortunately, I think we have lost the audio to this video. I believe there is some technical error. My team must be sorting it out, trying to fix it. But indeed, our jury member had very inspirational message for all of us. I would like to thank Mr. Marco Texera. Thank you once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I request my team to kindly fix it as we'll move to the next award category, which is the Special Mention Awards. I would request Mr. Anand Kumar to kindly come up on the stage and present these prestigious awards. You have been pivotal when it comes to education, Mr. Kumar. And I think ये जो awards दिए जाएंगे आपके द्वारा ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और बहुत ही important रहेंगे उन सभी लोगों के लिए जिनको ये awards मिल रहे हैं. So the first is Special Mention Research Contribution in Botany. And the winner is Professor Dinabandhu Sahu, Professor, Department of Botany, University of Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Dinabandhu Sahu. The next award is Special Mention Education for Tribal Welfare. ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एक अवार्ड कैटेगरी है आनंद कुमार जी और मुझे लगता है ट्राइबल एजुकेशन को प्रोपेल करने के लिए और प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए एक बहुत अहम भूमिका निभाई जा रही है. तो इस कैटेगरी में जो विजेता हैं वो है मोना पुरी फ्रॉम सुमीत फाउंडेशन. A huge round of applause for Miss Mona Puri. Congratulations to all the winners. And thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. I request you to kindly take your seat. Thank you so much. And to present the next awards category, may I take this honor to invite on stage again Professor Shalabh, Dean Academics, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Sir, I request you to kindly come up on the stage and present the next category of prestigious awards. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the educators category. The first category is Most Innovative Teaching Method. And we have the nominations AV. Can we have the AV, please?
Making it interesting and creative by introducing blended learning approaches such as flipped classroom and using flip guard. Ashutosh Kumar Singh, a PGT biology teacher, uses creative teaching strategies to engage with his students. He uses activity-based learning practices that can help deprived students to succeed in their life. Deepika Maniktalia is an educator who has extensively used a unique approach to remove the fear of mathematics.
And let us see who the winner of the most innovative teaching method is. Any guesses, anyone? The winner is Mr. Amit Kumar, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalay, Una, Himachal Pradesh. Congratulations, Mr. Amit Kumar. Well, with this, we have come to the second category, which is Best Initiative Edutainment, Making Learning Fun. Can we have a look at the nominations?
Nominations in the category Best Initiative, Edutainment, Making Learning Fun are Kishore Kumar Yadam, to make learning fun. Kishore Kumar Yadam innovated interactive products such as My Talking Tree and Magic Mat to help young minds relate and connect with various topics to help children fall in love with their education. Aarti Kanungo has been educating children, especially girls, about periods and menstrual hygiene through plays and Nukkad Nataks, and has organized workshops to spread awareness in society. Sarala Jain makes learning fun for her students through her expressive style and innovative teaching strategies to help her students learn better.
And the winner for the Best Initiative Edutainment, Making Learning Fun is Miss Aarti Kunango, Government Sarvodaya Kanya Vidyalay, Lakshmi Nagar, New Delhi. Congratulations to you. And thank you so much, Professor Shalabh, for joining us. I would now request Dr. Ashok Pandey, educationist and former director, Alcon Group of Schools, to kindly come and present the next awards. A very warm welcome, sir. The next award category is Most Innovative Use of Science and Technology. Let us have a look at the nominations.
Are Om Prakash Patidar. Om Prakash implements various innovative practices for making the teaching learning process joyful through the development of e-content and ICT tools to enhance creativity in the teaching and learning of science. B.L. Mittal established the Tree Campus Academy Foundation, which provides free digital education. The digital platform aims to improve its students' spoken English skills in 90 days without any charge. Saurabh Suman. Saurabh Suman is working towards utilizing science and technology for the betterment of society and the teaching learning community. He has inspired and motivated many students and fellow educators to take new steps each day.
This is an interesting category, and we have a very interesting winner also for their contribution. And the winner is Mr. Saurabh Suman, Lalit Narayan Lakshmi Narayan Project Girls High School, Bihar. I request someone from the team to kindly come and receive the award on his behalf, as unfortunately he couldn't join us. Someone from the team to kindly come up on the stage and receive the award. Thank you, Parikshit. So you'll have to stay back to present the other awards as well. So the next category is Best Initiative Using Social Media. And let us have a look at the nominations, please.
Nominations in the category Best Initiative Using Social Media are Pankaj Mittal. With the zeal to create an impact, Pankaj Mittal established the Angrezi Club, authored several books and provides soft skill training and motivational sessions at scale to graduates and working professionals to make them industry ready. Brijesh Pandey. Brijesh Pandey is working to eradicate the irrational fear of science, especially chemistry. He also runs a free YouTube channel known as Pandeyji to make learning easier and more accessible for students. Parveen Udan. With the thought of doing something useful for the children, especially from Haryana, Parveen launched an educational app, Liso, to put a stop to expensive offline coaching classes. Through his application, he has offered 600 hours of classes for just 21 rupees for 6 months.
Well, the winner is none other than Mr. Parveen Udan, educator and founder of Lizo app. One of the unique initiatives helping spread education among masses. Congratulations to the winner. With this, we have come to the fifth category, which is the best initiative grassroots service. Can we have a look at the nominations?
Nominations in the category Best Initiative for Grassroots Service are Deepti Chawla. Deepti Chawla has been actively involved in taking thoughtful initiatives towards helping students from all backgrounds in their education and academic journey. Through her initiatives Luvia the Idea and Saksham NGO, Deepti has supported the journey of 1,000 plus students in their pursuit of knowledge. Mayank Sharma. Mayank Sharma has been working extensively to provide the much required career guidance to students who are deprived of the benefits of the mainstream education system. So far, Mayank has helped 5,000 plus students in making informed career choices. Ramendra Singh Kushwaha. Ramendra Singh Kushwaha's unique program named Street Class aims at raising awareness amongst underprivileged students coming from rural areas about the various scholarship programs and virtual schools.
और इस कैटेगरी का अवार्ड जाता है टू मिस्टर रमनेंद्र सिंह कुशवाहा, स्वामी विवेकानंद इंटर स्कूल, औरैया, उत्तर प्रदेश. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our last award category, where we are recognizing stories of excellence in education displayed by the students. Arise, awake, and don't stop till you reach your goal. This quote from Swami Vivekanand talks about the power of consistently striving towards your goal. It is easy to go off-road and forget why we started doing something. Reminding yourself about it every day and putting in the work will take effort. However, doing the work and doing it consistently are the only things that will get you where you want to go. On that note, we have come to the last awards category. I would request Mr. Himmat Singh Dhillon to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate the awardees in this category. Well, before we get started with the awards, I would request each of the winner to kindly stay back after receiving the award, as our esteemed jury panelists will be putting across questions to them which will help them qualify for the Judges' Choice Award. So it's get set ready. तो सभी स्टूडेंट्स से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपना अवार्ड रिसीव करने के बाद यू हैव टू स्टे बैक, आप स्टेज पे रहेंगे और आपसे हमारे जूरी मेंबर्स एक सवाल करेंगे जिससे कि आप क्वालिफाई करेंगे जो जजेस चॉइस अवार्ड है जो कि अभी ही अनाउंस हो जाएगा उसके लिए. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड. द फर्स्ट अवार्ड कैटेगरी इज मोस्ट इनोवेटिव एजुकेशनल प्रोजेक्ट एंड वी हैव द nomination AV also for this.
Nominations in the category Most Innovative Educational Project are Arjun Asudani. Arjun Asudani has set up Beats for Betterment, an initiative to promote education in arts and STEM for the underprivileged youth of rural Maharashtra. Ajay Pathak started an innovative project to solve the menacious issue of black frost or pala faced in agriculture during winters to keep the produce fit for human consumption. Rohit Sinha has been working unabatedly in the field of information technology and successfully established Tech Mastery, a micro enterprise created with the intent to connect the robotics community with the world.
और इस कैटेगरी में मोस्ट इनोवेटिव एजुकेशनल प्रोजेक्ट इसके विजेता हैं रोहित सिन्हा, जस्को स्कूल, जमशेदपुर, झारखंड. Well, somebody from the team will have to receive the award on Rohit's behalf. These kids are definitely the torch bearers of the society, so a lot of hard work, hope stays on them to take the baton, to take the charge. The younger generation is prepared and all set with hard work and innovative ideas. Sir, you will have to stay back as you have to present other awards as well. The next category is Best Use of Science and Technology. Can we have a look at the nomination, AV, please?
Nominations in the category Best Use of Science and Technology are Ansh Mishra innovated a unique aerial surveillance armed vehicle which has the potential of assisting law enforcement agencies to control crime and ensure the safety of citizens. Ayush Dangwal has developed a solution to solve the issue of water wastage from overflowing water tanks and smart e-rickshaw, which can generate electricity while running. Tejas Goel has created artificial intelligence-based glasses. These AI-based glasses are designed to help visually impaired people to sense the world around them.
Well, interestingly, the award in this category goes to Tejas Goel, Delhi Public School from Ghaziabad. Congratulations to Tejas from Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad for the best use of science and technology. Congratulations, Tejas. You'll have to stay back for the judge's choice question. So the question for Tejas is, somebody has to help with the mic. Professor Shalad.
Hello.
एक बहुत आसान सा सवाल है, अगर आपको इंडिया का प्राइम मिनिस्टर एक दिन के लिए कर दिया जाए तो आप क्या करना चाहोगे?
गुड इवनिंग टू वन एंड ऑल प्रेजेंट हियर. सो अगर मुझे एक दिन का प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया जाए, प्राइम मिनिस्टर बना दिया जाए, सो मैं सबसे पहले जो अंडर प्रिविलेज लोग हैं उनको एक मौका दूंगा कि वो अपने व्यूज़ प्रेजेंट करें, क्योंकि कभी उनसे कोई पूछता नहीं है कि वो क्या चाहते हैं कि नेशन उनके हिसाब से कैसा बने. और कुछ समय के लिए उन्हें वो महसूस कराऊंगा कि वो भी एक हमारे साथ के ही हैं, वो भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, एक इक्वालिटी उन्हें दिखाऊंगा.
Well answered. Well answered. Congratulations once again. Yeah, absolutely. Abhi winners announce honge, so I think that moment will be very important for all of us. The next award category is Most Creative Use of Social Media. Can we have a look at the nominations?
Most creative use of social media are Mukesh Kumar Gaur. Mukesh Kumar has utilized social media to create an online platform for providing quality education. His aim is to help students preparing for the UPPSC Civil Judge exam by providing them reliable and free career guidance through the social media groups. Divya Gandotra Tandon. Young media entrepreneur Divya Gandotra Tandon is the founder of Scoop Beat, Divya aims to bring people closer to the real world through her platform, The Scoop Beats, by delivering quick, credible, and reliable information. Om Kumar has developed 6 fully functional and user-friendly websites to spread awareness about the pressing issues in society regarding environment, education, and government initiatives such as Swachh Bharat and many more.
And the award goes to Om Kumar, Rajkiya Pratibha Vikas Vidyalay, New Delhi. Congratulations, Om. And the judge's choice question for you is by Dr. Ashok Pandey.
Hello, Om.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
What makes you proud of your country and why?
Sir, first of all, thank you for your question, and I would like to thank JagranJosh for giving me this opportunity. Sir, I think that our country is diverse, and I feel proud of this because it is diversified, yet it has integrity and unity. Sir, I feel that our country has a lot of potential, and हमारी country का जो youth है, अगर वो train होगा, अगर वो aware होगा, जिसके लिए सर मेरे initiatives हैं, then I am sure कि हमारी country progress की राह पर ज़रूर जाएगी. हमारे महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा है, be the change you want to see in the world. तो मैं सभी अपने young friends से भी यही कहना चाहूँगा कि be the change you want to see in the world. क्योंकि अगर आप वो change बनेंगे, तभी हमारी country progress कर पाएगी. Thank you so much, sir.
A huge round of applause for Om Kumar. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the most socially relevant initiative. Can we have a look at the nominations?
Nominations in the category of most socially relevant initiative are Sanvi Nagpal. Sanvi Nagpal has creatively transformed the fabric scraps into fashionable dresses, mats and bags. She started making dresses, bags, etc. and also provided employment opportunities to unemployed people and helped them become skilled laborers. Apurva Jodha. Apurva Jodha started creating e-bricks made from plastic waste as a sustainability practice. Her initiative has not only helped reduce non-biodegradable waste, but has also helped spread awareness about the same. Arav Seth. Arav Seth launched the We Rise Together Foundation to encourage and motivate the youth to come forward to resolve social and climate change issues at the grassroots level. Vinay Kumar Maurya took the initiative to educate people about Ayurveda and made a platform named India Home Ayurveda, aimed at making people aware of various easily available Ayurvedic products.
Well, there is a tie in this category. We have 2 winners. The first winner is Sanvi Nagpal, Darbari Lal DAV Model School, Shalimar Bagh, New Delhi. And the judge's choice question for you is from Dr. Jyotsna Bhatnagar. A very warm welcome, ma'am.
Congratulations, Sanvi. Well
Thank
done.
you, thank you.
I have a question for you. As a young leader, if you actually won $10 million and you had a month to live, what would you do?
If I had a month to live?
And you have won $10 million, what would you do?
I think I'll have to segregate the money in some categories. I'll surely leave some for my family. The rest, I think, obviously, I'll die, so I'll not take the money with me. So I would just like to donate it to, obviously, the charities. I always had the dream to open up an NGO. So I'll definitely try to do that in 1 month, so I think I'll be able to do some good for the society after I die. That's all.
Thank you so
A
much.
huge round of applause for Sanvi and congratulations. Any other question?
Another one? Well, one only. So another question from another judge. Yeah.
Congratulations once again, Sanvi.
Thank you, ma'am.
And a huge round of applause for the winner. Sanvi was the first winner, and the second winner in the same category is Apurva Jodha, Army Public School, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. A huge round of applause for Apurva Jodha, Army Public School, for most socially relevant initiative. Judge's choice question for you. Professor Shalab.
या पूर्वा मेनी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस ओके बहुत ही आसान सा सवाल है आपकी ज़िंदगी में अब तक का सबसे मोस्ट सिग्निफिकेंट अचीवमेंट क्या है और क्यों
सर मेरा मोस्ट सिग्निफिकेंट अचीवमेंट अभी प्रेजेंटली तो यही है और ऐसे तो मेरे बहुत सारे अचीवमेंट्स हैं बट
सबसे अच्छा कौन सा है
सर मेरा एनसीसी का अचीवमेंट है जब मैं बेस्ट कैडेट सिलेक्ट हुई थी एज इन स्टेट लेवल क्योंकि वहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे कॉम्पिटिशन्स में पार्ट लिया बट एज अ मतलब हंड्रेड्स ऑफ कैडेट्स के बीच में एज अ बेस्ट कैडेट सिलेक्ट होना मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा अचीवमेंट की बात थी तो एज एन एनसीसी कैडेट मेरे लिए वो सबसे बड़ा अचीवमेंट था थैंक यू सर
Congratulations once again to Apurva. Sir, I am afraid that you will have to stay back because there is one more award category, which is the most promising talent. Can we have the nominations, please?
Nominations in the category Most Promising Talent are: at a young age, Mriganka Prusti has won many sporting events and has set a good example of how dedication and focus at a young age can lay the foundation of a promising career as a competitive sports person. Digonto Chakraborty discovered his passion for writing and has written over 100 columns in newspapers and also authored a book on freedom fighters and social workers. Jitendra Kumar uses his talent of expression to entertain as a stand-up comedian, mimicry artist, dramatist and actor to raise awareness about social issues.
And the award goes to, well, this is the last award of the evening in this category. Digant Chakrabarti, Jangipara DN High School, West Bengal. Congratulations, Digant. What is the judge's choice question for you?
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Digant. Proud moment for you. Well, my question is that what matters the most to you in life and why? What matters the most to you in life and why?
क्या हमारा जो काम है इसके लिए क्या?
কেমন আসে?
ভালো।
ভালো? Okay, I will try. Yeah, you say it in Bangla. ভালো লাগে?
If someone can translate the question in Bengali.
বাংলায় বলতে পারবে মানে কি প্রশ্ন করব? কেন? হ্যাঁ, তোমার জীবনের মূল বিষয় কি এবং কেন? বাংলাতেই বলো, ম্যাডাম ইংলিশ করে দেবেন।
আমার মানে জীবনের যেটা my aim of the life is to achieve UPSC and I want to be an IAS officer. It's my goal.
That matters the most? Okay. To serve your country.
Yes.
It matters the most, yes?
Yes.
To serve your country, because when you become the IAS officer, you will be serving your country. Congratulations once
Thanks,
again.
ma'am.
Congratulations once again, Digan. Very well deserved award there. And also, ladies and gentlemen, there is a special mention award in the students category. This award goes to 10-year-old and much deserving Mriganka Pratsty, Greenfield Public School, Bangalore. This award is being given to recognize her potential as a young talent for competitive swimming. Mriganka, आप 10 साल की हैं, you are 10 years old and you have got this award. Generally, I would like to have your reaction. कैसा लग रहा है कि आपको आज award मिला है और आप मेहनत कर रही हैं swimming में और क्या करना चाहती हैं आप?
I'm really happy that I'm over here because of my swimming, and I'm really happy I got this award now. This award is actually dedicated to all of my teachers that supported me in this field.
Congratulations once again and a huge round of applause for Mriganka. Thank you so much. Sir, एक और additional award है, special mention award. And this award goes to Sammy Kotwani, President Indian Business Alliance in Russia. Special appreciation award है ये. A huge round of applause to Mr. Sammy Kotwani. You would like to say a few words?
Namaste. Dear friends, as you all know, I come from Moscow, Russia. I'm the president of Indian Business Alliance. As well, I'm overseas friend, BJP president. I stand on this dais and want to tell you, any of your children who are in Russia studying, please count me as their guardian. So I'm there for all the children, Indian children studying over there. Secondly, from this dais, I want to tell you, if you know any student who was not able to finish the studies due to Ukraine war, please contact me. I'll make them sure their studies are done in Russia. Thank you. And thank you guys for this award.
Congratulations once again. And thank you so much, Mr. Dhillon, for joining us and being so patient throughout. And ladies and gentlemen, now I'm sure that our judges would be prepared with who the winners are for the judges' choice questions. Are we ready with the judges' choice question award? Okay. So let us wait for 2-3 minutes, and I think that we'll be able to come up with the winner's name. Because of course, each of the students answered it very well, so I'm sure that it must be a bit difficult for our jurors to decide who the winner is. Your kind attention, please, everyone. The time has come to announce the winners of the Judges' Choice Question segment. And there are 3 winners. I request Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj, GM and Head Content and Strategy, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and announce the winners. Parikshit, I request you to kindly come up on the stage to announce the winners. Check, 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 check.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a great evening, everyone. It's been a great audience here. And हमने देखा हमारे awardees जो हैं उनका काम exemplary है. So it was not easy for the jury to choose 3 out of the people here, but it has to be done. So we have chosen 3 people unanimously. First is Tejas Goel. And to give the award, I would like to invite Ms. Jyotsna Bhatnagar to the... so I will help you, ma'am. Congratulations, Tejas. Thank you, ma'am. If you can stay back, ma'am, we'll be calling another person. Second person in this category who has won is Sanvi Nagpal. Congratulations, Sanvi. Thank you, ma'am. Third winner in this category is Om Kumar. Congratulations, Om. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. We really appreciate you for being here and helping us, again, celebrating this excellence. I request you to kindly take your seat. Please, can you help, ma'am? Yeah, a few words by Professor, I beg your pardon, ma'am has been constantly correcting us, Dr. Jyotsna Bhatnagar ji.
I am Mrs. Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to be here for the Josh Jagran Awards and the Education Summit and Awards 2023. I must, if I have to share my experience, it was very tough deciding when Parikshit actually gave us that particular one that you decide whom to award and what to do. And we were really impressed by the young leaders of our generation, our young children, who have stupendously done such brilliant work at the ground level that it was, as a jury, it was surprising, it was eye-opening, and it was an ecstatic experience to see India has such diversity of innovative ideas coming from the ground level, from our schools and our colleges. It was a pleasure doing this, and we really look forward to felicitating all our young awardees, and those who have not won, yet you have still made a dent because you were shortlisted. And you, even if you've not won, you have made an impact on the society, that by doing such great level at the ground level with the school level, whether it could be an innovative idea or it could be an innovative talent. Congratulations to all the winners and congratulations to all the participants. Well done. Well done. And 3 cheers for India's talent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request you to kindly stay back and would invite Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate. Ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to another very interesting segment, a fireside chat, क्योंकि आनंद कुमार जी के आसपास इतना fan following और इतना people are coming and visiting him and trying to speak to him, I think आनंद कुमार जी के पास बहुत सारा content होगा share करने के लिए with the students, the young audience. There's a fireside chat which Parikshit Bhardwaj will be moderating. I request Mr. Anand Kumar, founder of Super 30, and Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj, GM and Head Content and Strategy, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage for this very interesting fireside chat. देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया करके अपना स्थान ले लें, क्योंकि एक बहुत ही दिलचस्प फायरसाइड चैट अब से कुछ ही देर में शुरू होने वाला है with none other than Mr. Anand Kumar. I request you all to kindly be seated. Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj and Mr. Anand Kumar. A huge round of applause for Mr. Anand Kumar.
तो आज हमारी काफ़ी सीरियस बातें हो गई एजुकेशन को लेके, और हमारे आनंद जी के इनके साथ में हमारे पहले भी वीडियोस हो चुके हैं, उसमें एजुकेशनल एडवाइस तो हमने बहुत सुनी है, बट आज हम इनसे थोड़े से टॉपिक्स ऐसे लेंगे जो कि लाइट हों। तो पहला क्वेश्चन जो मैं सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आपकी लाइफ के ऊपर मूवी बनी थी, आपका क्या रिएक्शन था उसका, और उसमें कितना सच है, क्या उसमें सभी कुछ सच है?
सबसे पहले तो आप ही से पूछना चाहेंगे कि आपको कितना % सच आपको देख के लगा?
बिल्कुल, हमें तो सब कुछ सच लगा, बट उसमें बहुत सी चीज़ें ऐसी थी, आपका दिखाया हुआ था, रोमांटिक एंगल भी था, हम वो साइड जानते नहीं हैं, हमने मूवी में भी देखी थी।
कॉलेज में आपका क्या किसी से नहीं रिलेशन बना या अच्छी लगी कोई? ऐसा होता है लाइफ में। तो 90% फिल्म में जो भी दिखाया गया सच हम बता सकते हैं, बाकी 10% फिक्शन मिक्स मैच कुछ किया गया।
अच्छा सर, थैंक यू सर। तो सर एक और चीज़ इससे पहले हम पूछना चाहेंगे, आपको पद्मश्री सम्मान से सम्मानित किया गया है, ये हम सब के लिए गौरव की बात है। इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए कि क्या आपको लगता है इस अवार्ड के आपके लिए क्या मायने हैं और क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं ऐसी जो प्रेरित करती हैं आपको कि आप आगे और काम करें?
हर बार अवार्ड मिलने के बाद हमारी जिम्मेवारी और जवाबदेही समाज के लिए बढ़ जाती है। जब पहली दफ़ा हमारे पास कॉल आया गृह मंत्रालय से कि आपको पद्मश्री दिया जाता है तो सच में बहुत खुशी हुई, लेकिन जिम्मेवारी का भी एहसास हुआ। इस पूरे प्रकरण में चाहे टाइम मैगजीन ने दी बेस्ट स्कूल ऑफ एशिया बताया, या वो माबा के दूत आए थे उन्होंने दी बेस्ट स्कूल ऑफ इंडिया कहा, बहुत सारा जर्मनी जापान से लेके पद्मश्री अवार्ड तक बहुत सारे मान सम्मान मिले। अमिताभ बच्चन जी, मुकेश अंबानी जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हर लोगों का आशीर्वाद। अभी बिहार गवर्नमेंट में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बिहार दिवस पर 22 तारीख को सम्मान दिया, बहुत सारे सम्मान मिले। ये तमाम सम्मान पाते पाते मैंने एक ही चीज़ सीखा कि जीवन में कभी भी रास्ता बदलना नहीं चाहिए और न भटकना चाहिए। जो काम आप टीचिंग का कर रहे हैं उसी को करते रह जाइए। बहुत लोगों ने कहा सुपर 30 का ब्रांच खोल दो, फ्रेंचाइजी बांट दो, बहुत बड़ा कर दो। हमने कभी भी किसी भी तरह से लोभ लालच में पढ़ने की कोशिश बहुत लोगों ने करवाई, लेकिन हम कभी लोभ लालच में नहीं पढ़े। जब सुपर 30 चल रहा था, ऑफलाइन का बहुत ज़्यादा जमाना था, तो लोग थैलियों में पैसे लेके आते थे कि भाई आप मेरे कोचिंग को ज्वाइन करिए या अपना फ्रेंचाइजी दे दीजिए, कितना लाख चाहिए। अब तो ऑनलाइन के ज़माना में कभी मैंने नहीं बताया, आज बता रहा हूँ, 100 करोड़ रुपए का मुझे ऑफर रहता कि आइए मेरा टी शर्ट पहन के आप पढ़ाना स्टार्ट कर दीजिए। लेकिन मैं सब को छोड़ दिया, अपने मिशन पर लगा। यही कारण था कि मुझे आप लोगों का प्यार और इतना सम्मान मिला।
आपने एकदम ठीक कहा, और यहाँ मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि हमने जब भी आनंद जी को इनवाइट किया है, हमको आनंद जी ने कभी ना नहीं किया। और हमारे जागरण जोश अवार्ड्स सीज़न 1 से लेके आज तक इनका हमें इतना सहयोग मिला है, हमें गाइडेंस मिली है। और कभी भी एजुकेशन से कोई भी रिलेटेड इवेंट होता है तो वहाँ पे आनंद जी सबसे पहले होते हैं। तो थैंक यू आनंद जी ऑन दैट फ्रंट।
बहुत बहुत।
एक आपसे चीज़ हम जानना चाहेंगे, आपको बाहर के बहुत से कॉलेजेस में, हार्वर्ड और भी कहाँ आपको इनवाइट किया जाता है। आपको क्या लगता है कि हिंदुस्तान में जो ये प्रयोग रहा है सुपर 30, इसको विश्व में कैसे देखा जाता है और आपकी इसके ऊपर क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
अभी आज से 4-5 महीने पहले हम टोक्यो गए हुए थे। वहाँ सुपर 30 फिल्म रिलीज हुई जापानीज लैंग्वेज में। तो फिल्म रिलीज हो गई, बहुत लोगों से मीटिंग थी। कल होकर हम एक मार्केट में घूमने गए कि चलते कुछ अपने बच्चों के लिए, कुछ परिवार के लिए कुछ सामान खरीद लेते हैं। लोग पूछेंगे जापान गए क्या लाए, तो वहाँ पर घूमते हुए लोगों में कोई पहचान नहीं रहा था, सारे लोग जापानीज थे। बावजूद इसके थोड़ी देर बाद 3-4 अलग अलग जापानीज लोगों ने मुझे पहचान लिया। ये मुझे हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि थी कि जापान में भी सुपर 30 की इतनी चर्चा हो रही है। और वहाँ की सबसे बड़ी स्टार है नोरिका फ्यूजीवारा। जब वो सुपर 30 पर आधारित एक NHK जापान में उन्होंने फिल्म देखी तो वो पटना मिलने आई थी। जर्मनी के गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे बुलाया। टोक्यो यूनिवर्सिटी ने एक सुपर 300 करके एक प्रोग्राम चलाया जिससे छोटे छोटे कंट्री के लोगों को बुलाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया टोक्यो यूनिवर्सिटी में फ्री एजुकेशन देने के लिए, जिससे हमारे अभी तक 4 बच्चे टोक्यो यूनिवर्सिटी में फुल स्कॉलरशिप लेके पढ़े और पढ़ के आज नौकरी करके अच्छा कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत प्रभाव पड़ा। जर्मनी गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे बुलाया, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ब्रिटिश कोलंबिया ने बुलाया, MIT, हार्वर्ड, स्टैनफोर्ड, लंबी लिस्ट है। लेकिन अच्छा लगा कि कनाडियन सांसद में वहाँ पार्लियामेंट में मार्क डॉल्टन एक सांसद हैं, उन्होंने हमारी चर्चा किया, 2-4 मिनट तक लगातार बड़ाई की, तो मुझे बहुत गर्व हुआ। तो आप कभी भी अपना रास्ता नहीं भटकिएगा और दिल से शिक्षा में काम करते रहिएगा तो आपको बहुत मान सम्मान मिलेगा, बहुत अच्छा महसूस होगा। और मुझे इसलिए भी अच्छा महसूस होता है कि जो साधारण परिवार के बच्चे थे, जिनके पिताजी ऑटो ड्राइवर थे, मजदूरी करते थे, उनके बच्चे IAS, IPS या देश विदेश के बड़ी बड़ी जगहों पर पहुंच गए। अच्छा लगता है देख के, यही हमारी उपलब्धि है, आप लोगों का प्यार और आशीर्वाद का परिणाम है।
बिल्कुल आनंद जी।
दो सवाल और पूछ लीजिए।
एक सर ओके, एक ही और सवाल पूछेंगे आपसे कि आपका क्या कहना है कि IITs के लिए आज भी उनके पास कुछ ही सीट्स हैं, बट हमारे यहाँ पे कितने बच्चे हैं जो कि IITs में जाना चाहते हैं, बट इंडिया में और भी एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, और जब वो वहाँ पर जा नहीं पाते IIT में तो काफ़ी हताश हो जाते हैं। आपका उनके लिए क्या मैसेज होगा?
हम बच्चों के लिए मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि IIT ही कोई परीक्षा नहीं है जो आपके ज़िंदगी के भविष्य को निर्णायक है। उसके लिए वो निर्णय आप उसके आधार पर नहीं कर सकते कि आप IIT जाते हैं नहीं। बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ जो कॉलेज चला रहे हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लोगों को प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं, तो बच्चों को हम आश्वस्त करना चाहेंगे कि अगर IIT नहीं भी हुआ तो एकदम निराश होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। मेहनत करिए, कोई भी अच्छे कॉलेज में जाइए, वहाँ से भी आपकी ज़िंदगी बहुत आगे बढ़ सकती है। और तमाम जो कॉलेज चलाते हैं लोग, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, उनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि जो ज़रूरतमंद बच्चा है, टैलेंट हो, उसको ज़रूर मदद करिए। तो निराशा का कभी भी विद्यार्थियों को सामना नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर आप में हौसला है, लगातार मेहनत करने की क्षमता है, आपका डिसीजन है कि हमें आगे बढ़ना है, मुझे मेहनत करना है, तो सफलता एक न एक दिन जरूर मिलेगी। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आनंद जी। आपको, आपके जो ये शब्द हैं हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, और यही हमारी आशा है सुपर 30 के साथ आपका काम और आगे जाए। पद्मश्री आपके पास है, अगली बार हम चाहेंगे भारत रत्न भी आप ही को मिले। आप अपने कार्य में अग्रसर रहें।
धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a wonderful fireside chat. And now I would request Shri Rajesh Upadhyay ji, Editor-in-Chief and SVP, Jagran New Media, to kindly come and present the note of thanks. Rajesh Upadhyay ji, I request you to kindly come up on the stage and present the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, sir.
क्या हुआ? थैंक यू। वाह, आज का बहुत ही शानदार दिन रहा। जागरण जोश एजुकेशन समिट और अवार्ड्स 2023, इसमें पधारने के लिए मैं शिक्षा और विदेश राज्य मंत्री माननीय डॉक्टर रंजन सिंह का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। वीडियो संदेश से हमें शुभकामनाएं देने के लिए राज्य मंत्री सुभाष सरकार जी का भी आभारी हूँ, उन्हें भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इस एजुकेशन अवार्ड को दिशा देने के लिए माननीय जूरीगण का मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ, उन्हें हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। हमारे CEO भारत गुप्ता जी, जिनके निर्देशन में हमने इस आयोजन को किया, उनका बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद। हमारे साथी परीक्षित, जिन्होंने इस आयोजन के लिए बहुत मेहनत की, उसे सफल बनाया, उन्हें बहुत धन्यवाद। और जागरण न्यू मीडिया पूरी टीम को, खासतौर से जिन्होंने इसकी व्यवस्था की, हमारे सेल्स के साथी, हमारे CRO गौरव, आप सभी का आभार, बहुत धन्यवाद। वीडियो टीम, आपने इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए बहुत मेहनत की, आपका भी बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगले साल जब हम मिलेंगे, एक बड़े फलक पर, एक बड़े स्तर पर इस कार्यक्रम को करेंगे। और आप सभी पुरस्कार विजेताओं को, अवार्ड्स विजेताओं का बहुत बहुत बधाई, आभार, धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच।
Mr. Anand Kumar. Anand Kumar ji, एक रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे. Unfortunately, we couldn't felicitate Deen Bandhu Sahu ji because he was not present when we were announcing the award. आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि कृपया स्टेज पर आकर एक बार स्पेशल मेंशन रिसर्च कंट्रीब्यूशन इन बॉटनी का ये अवार्ड प्रोफेसर दीन बंधु साहू जी को, प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बॉटनी, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली. आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू काइंडली प्रेजेंट दिस अवार्ड. Professor Deen Bandhu Sahu, Department of Botany, University of Delhi. Sir, I request you to kindly come up on the stage. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Anand Kumar ji. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of the third season of JagranJosh Education Awards 2023. It was indeed our pleasure to host you all for the occasion. We are indebted to you for making it a huge success. I, on behalf of JagranJosh and Jagran New Media, extend our heartiest gratitude to the eminent guests for their august presence. Special mention to our guests of honor, special guest, our eminent jury members, Mr. Bharat Gupta, Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay ji, and Mr. Parikshit Bhardwaj, and everyone in the audience who attended this event. We are grateful to you. And of course, not forgetting our sponsor. This event is co-powered by Hike Edu. Thank you so much for making this occasion so very special. With the hope that we meet you next year and celebrate excellence in education, once again, I bid you all good night, take care, and before dispersing, I request you all to kindly join us for the dinner. Thank you.